everybody. Thank you for waiting. I was here, I had to feed the cat, and then I was like, oh no, I forgot my water, and then I made a coffee, and all these wonderful things. We're here! Wow, time flies. I now have, apparently, on Elden Ring PC, 200 hours, 198.8 hours of playtime. Wonder how much of that is me being AFK, because admittedly I do sometimes forget to close the game after my stream, so it's just kind of chilling and open, but we'll see. Hello everybody. Hello YouTube, hello Twitch, we're back here. Armored Core LOREATHON? Yeah, the Armored Core LOREATHON is never... you know what, I made a decision. The more... I know we've been memeing like, haha, Armored Core next. I'm not gonna do Armored Core. It sucks. Honestly, I wish that the community were a little better. I know I've talked about it a little bit here and there. But no, I'm not doing any more Armored Core content. I think it's just, like, it's a wonderful game. I think everyone should play it. Like, have fun. Don't sleep on it. Enjoy it. Play it, you know, but don't engage with it. At least from my perspective, I'm not engaging with that community any longer. So, no. Not gonna happen. But, sorry, I made some notes. I made some notes on what I need to do in Stardew Valley, so I'm gonna move that over here. But, Armored Core, sorry, Elden Ring. Freaking got me with Armored Core now. Elden Ring's continuing, and we're gonna play all the other games. 1 second, please. Wait, did I not? Wait, which one was this? Hang on, I still see Will I Gravity. Oh no, did I never closed the prediction from yesterday, huh? Will I Gravity, yee. Okay, anyway, you get your points now. From last night. I was like, why does everyone still have the numbers next to their names? Whoopsie. Not playing Armored Core 64. Anyway, Armored Core. Yeah, I freaking got myself a little bit. Please enjoy your gravity points. Just me. Yeah, I know we talked about it. It's just you reminded me, and it's just talking about it in the Discord has sort of cemented that I just don't feel like engaging anymore, and it's just like whatever, man. On Twitch, it was like mostly positive, really, but it's just there was also like just an egregious amount of really bad behavior. Like I'm talking about. They would say things that were so awful that we would report the account and it was gone by the time I ended stream. So I'd look and the account was deleted. Like I'm talking about people saying things that got their accounts wiped from Twitch. Multiple people every stream. And I know they're trolls. Do you know what I mean? Like I understand that, but it was just like the percentage of like random trolls in that community was significantly higher than any other. And then of course you take away the extreme, you cut that off, and then you still have just a massive amount of backseating and incorrect behavior, and it was just like whew, it was exhausting. I ended up, it's the only game that I've ever played on my channel that I shrunk chat so I would only see it like 2 messages at a time, and it was moving pretty quickly. And I've played Hollow Knight and Undertale on stream, and I've never felt the need to do that before. Those two were, Undertale was pretty chill. Hollow Knight was a really backseaty community, so. My point is, it's saying something. I know Undertale is infamous for it. Oh, and then of course all the Souls games, but I dealt with like nothing with those. They were really good. Another lore day. I fell asleep last night and missed everything. Oh, we'll get you caught up. Not really. We won't get you caught up, but you'll get caught up. Yes, class is in session, indeed. We're starting. Joke about a hypothetical AC6? What do you mean? The game exists. Silly. Okay. Boom, where is it? Oh, there we go. Wait for it. Oh. There we go. Six Loreathon? Yeah, this movie has so many. It's sort of like a test to see who's paying attention because, whoops. It's like that time that someone on Discord, I say, Rot posted something, the number 4, and then it was like, oh my god, happy 4 years of streaming, and then a bunch of people said happy 4 years of streaming, and I'm like, Y'all got baited. It has not been 4 years of streaming. And it, you know, it was like, who's here regularly enough to know, you know? They failed the test. No, just kidding. Undertale backseating got a lot better when people lost interest and Deltarune came out. Could be that. It could very well be that. No. I think also the fact that I was aware of the fact that there is a pacifist. Like, I didn't know the game, but I did know that there's, like, routes, right? So I knew that there was, like, pacifists and, you know, I knew that much. In fact, I listened to the Undertale soundtrack because I heard it in, there was this video that was a guide on how to do something in Elder Scrolls Online, and I watched it, and they had this really cool song in it, and I'm like, what song is this? And it was Megalovania, so I ended up listening to this Undertale soundtrack without any context. But it wasn't actually the soundtrack, it was a remix soundtrack with all different names. Just like it was on Spotify or something. It was just like a fan remix album or something. Anyway, long story short, I knew that there was I knew the routes. So I tried to like, since I knew I worked for it, and then I got the happy ending that everyone always, like, backseats about, right? Forever playing it, it's so good. It really is. Toby Fox is great. He's got such a distinctive style that I could pick out the song that he made for the Pokemon soundtrack. I think he made 2 songs for the Pokemon soundtrack for Scarlet Violet. I don't know exactly, but one of them was sort of the leitmotif for the general open areas, and therefore was remixed by a lot of other people who worked on the soundtrack. But the main songs that he did were so good that I was like, that's Toby. Like, immediately I was like, that's Toby Fox. He's got an incredible style. It's very identifiable. As much as I love the Undertale soundtrack, and it's really impressive that he did all that in 8-bit, that's like the most impressive part. I do like that he didn't have to use 8-bit for the Pokemon soundtrack, because I don't really like 8-bit music, or whatever it's called. Like, when it's... I like not 8-bit, you know? Like, it is impressive. I just don't love it, like, by choice, I guess, you know? Major key? I have no idea what that means. Probably not, though. It makes me feel comfortable. It's not even about that. Like, literally, I appreciate that. I know what you're saying. It's just, the thing about that sort of thing is I have this weird, like, psychological thing where I'm like, I think I should create the content that people enjoy, and if people aren't enjoying it, or like there's a significant increase in general negativity, then I'm like, well, you know, obviously there's a line, right? Because some of my, I was thinking about it, I uploaded this one video that was like people who disconnected when I was PvPing, so I invaded them, and then they fought me, and then their friend died, and then they pulled the Ethernet cord. It was really funny. I had like a compilation of several times that people disconnected. And as you all know, people disconnecting is like the ultimate win. It's like you were so scared you didn't even try. And it's so funny. So I made a compilation. I put it up on YouTube. It was probably my most disliked video ever. And I think it's because I upset the people who were like, I'm on the cope, but they're not scared of you. They just don't want to fight you. And it's just like, it was very funny. So I'm not saying that dislikes are inherently a bad thing on like YouTube or whatever, right? Because some of that just means that they're engaging and it's good. But it's still like, if it's a significant increase in dislikes, then I'm like, well, less interested, you know? It's like a pixel artist, but for music. You know what? That's actually a great analogy. I don't like pixel art. Like, I do, kind of. Obviously, I have my little pixel art bit badges, like Volpine's showing off right now. Like, I do like pixel art, especially for things like Pokemon and stuff. But generally, I don't love it as a style, so maybe that's a similar idea. I feel like it's limiting in some ways. Then again, Stardew Valley is also pixel art. But I don't love the art style of that game. I just love it because it's such a dang good game, you know? Popular interest in it. Oh no, Armored Core 6 has been talked about before. I've talked about. I love Armored Core 6. It's my game of the year 2023. It's amazing. It's genuinely such an incredible game. It's just like the community. I don't want to. It doesn't make me want to play it publicly anyway. You know, it's like, nah. The awful things I heard them say about my friends too. It's just like when I hear the general community's response to the people the creators that I value as well, I'm just like, bro, like that's trash behavior. I don't appreciate it. You know. Especially since the Souls community is famous for backseating and being toxic, and I've never seen that in my life. Ever. Really, ever. Like, maybe a very small percentage of people are just, like, toxic and such, you know? That's true, Jake. Absolutely. No, that makes sense. You were there, so. Ooh, the Rayquaza! That's a great one. Oh, I love that. I don't like moments badges. I don't like how they push them as a default. Like, when I type in chat, I have a freaking moments badge. I don't even know how to turn that off. I forgot. I'm not on Twitch often enough to know how to change my identity on Twitch. So I just have it. I don't want it, but it's freaking there. Seriously, I need to figure out how to change that. I'm adding that to my list of things I need to do. Face the moment bad? It's not though. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. Test messages, there's Wrapped Snake. Now, Wrapped Snake is my favorite emo ever. It's exactly what I wanted. Carson nailed it. It's amazing. It makes me smile when I see it. It wiggles. It dances. It fits the music that I listen to, no matter what music it is. It always seems to somehow find the right rhythm, even though I know it's in the same rhythm at all times. It's just poggy. I love it. I love Wrapped Snake so much. Hell yeah. So there was, we tried to make it so when Wrapped Snake comes in, it makes a heart like this. But it just didn't fit with the animation. It made it linger too hard. So I was like, oh, it'd be cool if he makes like a heart, right? But it ended up not happening. But I'm still bummed. Press the symbol to the left of the text box. Hang on. Press the symbol to the left of the text box. So that there's bits and then there's emotes. I don't see another box. I know there's a way. I don't remember how I did it. It's been so long since I changed my chat identity ever. Click on the badge on the left side. I don't... What badge? Turn on shield mode? No, don't do that. I could have sworn I had Franker Face E, but I don't know. Oh. Oh, I broke something? Question mark? Oh my god. Chat appearance! Oh my god! Oh? Wait. What? No, that's not right. That's not it. I want my chat identity. Oh, this is so annoying. Twitch partner, by the way. I'm not clicking the button. I don't know. Listen, I'm finding it. You gotta tell me with verbal instructions via text or I don't click. I'm not clicking any pictures. No. Better TTV. Switch to... Wait, switch to non-mod settings? Is that it? Oh, what the heck? Oh! Oh, maybe it's because I'm a mod? Because it's my own channel? Hang on, hang on. Get rid of this stupid moments badge. Sorry. She's done it. I fixed it. Oh boy! Like your shirt, thank you. Uninstall and reinstall the RAM, nerd? No. Back half of DD2 will go for people who get there on stream. Oh boy, that's troubling. Just finished the first playthrough. Oh, it was tough. It was like a whole thing. I forgot how tired I was when I finished Elden Ring for the first time. I'm not gonna lie to you. The final episode of Elden Ring was Ashen Landell, Gideon, Godfrey, and then Radagon and Elden Beast all in one go. And the day before, I fought Malekith. It was like, it was everything that I don't like about the game, except for Godfrey. I really like Godfrey, actually. But then, like, like the worst bosses back to back for me. Because Malekith Phase 2 is not too bad, but Malekith Phase 1 infuriates me. It's just horrendous stuff. Congrats on the verification. I just like it because it's purple. It's pretty. Alright. So today, I mean, it's bringing me back the memories because I was right here when I ended the game. Godfrey, not Hora. I think I'm like a little more neutral on Hora. I think we'll see how I feel about him when we get there in this playthrough, and you know, we'll reassess because I feel like the game changes so much depending on what weapon you're using, right? Like each boss, you know, playing with whips was the most miserable experience of my life. To the point where when I got to Malekith, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. It was just painful. Using that entire weapon category, for me, personally, and how I exist on this earth, felt like torture. Versus, you know, use Bloodhound Fang, or in my case, use Nebula on Fire Giant and Plasudasax, and they're no problem, you know? All grabs? That's my main problem, is Horaloo is all grabs, and FromSoft isn't great with grabs. I love them, but they're infamous for bad grab hitboxes to this day. So I'm still not the biggest fan of Elden Beast either. I think the main problem that I have with Elden Beast is it makes you do Radigan as well. Doesn't jumping prevent most grabs? This is the same feeling I had with Sekiro. Sekiro introduces the dodge certain attacks with the jump button, which is something they carried on into this game. The problem is that when you have a brain like mine, and your brain says when they do this attack, you must click X to dodge, and when they do this attack, you must click circle to dodge, which isn't Sekiro, but you know what I mean? When you add 2 dodge buttons to the game, wires get crossed. I eventually got better at dodging his slams. But like in general, I find the jump hitbox for things that aren't ground-based is a little weird. It could be because of my experience with PvP. A lot of the time I'll jump to avoid something. It's because of online latency. It's not really the game's fault inherently. But there's a little bit of like, I jumped so it didn't hit me, even though it did, because my feet were temporarily in their immunity hitbox. And it's just odd. It's just a weird feel. Grab hitbox janky on purpose? No, FromSoft is infamous. Every single game, you could point out their bad hitboxes, and a lot of them are grabs. The big one is Dark Souls 3 Dancer. Infamous. Absolutely infamous. So it's just something they do. They're not great with grabs. Jumping sweep attacks and Mikiri countering thrusts. Yeah, although the Mikiri counter isn't a dodge. It pretty much the same idea though. Yeah, absolutely. There is like click the circle button to avoid this and click the X button to avoid this, and if you mess them up, you get hit, you know? So I don't know. I think that's one thing that shines a bad light on certain bosses. Like specifically Horaloo is kind of bad for it because of how many grabs he has. But then another issue is how many enemies have attack moves that also move them away from you. So it's like a dodge and then also an attack. A lot of enemies have them in this game. I'm pretty sure that the only enemies who have them in all of the Dark Souls games and Bloodborne, I know Orphan of Kos has one, a single one, and it looks very similar to the attack that the gargoyles do. Those awful Control-C, Control-V gargoyles. Yeah, they do an attack that is pretty much taken one-to-one from one of the most difficult bosses in all of Souls, to the point that people considered Orphan of Kos on the top of their list of hardest bosses before this game came out. He's still pretty up there, actually. And like, he moves to your blind spot and then strikes. That's what the freaking gargoyles do. You telling me you gave the move to the gargoyles? Ugh. And they have multiple ones. That's a big one. Creating with that old engine at this point? Yeah. I love it though. I hope they never stop using this engine. Chained Ogre from Sekiro? Which one? The one where he launches toward you and it sort of slows down? I don't know Sekiro's movesets as well, but that wouldn't be surprising to me. Because the thing is about grabs is I'm pretty sure... Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a minute. Sekiro, you can't parry grabs, right? Like, that would be crazy, right? You just have to avoid them? Chain Ogre grabs are cheap? Yeah, considering the game has, like, no iframes, basically. You gotta avoid or jump them? Yeah, it's very similar. I see. I actually didn't even know that was straight up Chained Ogre. Now that you mention it, though. Yeah, Chained Ogre, he raises... Is that the same one the Omen used? I could have sworn the Omen have the same one, where they open their arms and they you know, and then they grab. Because I remember Chained Ogre having a really slow one, but it's just been a minute. No one told me you could parry the fireballs with Carrying Retaliation? Yeah, any magic attack. Anything. Any projectile. You can get really creative with it. I'm pretty sure you can even parry project... Like, keep in mind, my memory of the patches is getting a little fuzzy. But I remember You could parry, like, the, you know, those glintstones? You could drop them and then, you know. Parry Moog's Blood Shower. That's one I actually didn't know about. That's really cool. Because you basically, what Counter Retaliation does is it captures projectiles. So if you swing it in an active spell, it captures it. You can parry the moon. I love parrying the moon. It's one of my favorite things to do. It's very satisfying. See this giant moon projectile. But anyway, it like eats it. It eats the projectile. So you may not eat all of it. Like the, like Elden Stars, not Elden Stars. Stars of Ruin, the blast. You can parry some of them, but you won't be able to capture all of them. So you parry some, you capture those, and then, you know, the rest hit you. You can parry the moon? You can parry the moon! I definitely have some shorts of it in PvP. It was my favorite thing to do. There was one short of mine where I tried to parry the moon, but it, like, the invasion ended, so I couldn't parry the moon, and I just sadly say, oh, I couldn't parry the moon, and it's... It's a very goofy, out of context clip, I think. Alright, so we are gonna run over to the Forbidden Lands. I want to run there because I just think it's more fun. We could teleport, but I want to kind of, you know, show the journey we're taking. Wing Scythe, ultimate PvP weapon. The thing is, it's not even that great in PvP, except for if you're ganking, at which point my general opinion has been and has stayed. Oh, wait! Gold Mask. Sorry. We'll do Gold Mask, and then we'll go to the Forbidden Lands. Anyway, my opinion on PvP is that in a gank, everything is OP. There are certain things that are more annoying, but certain things that wouldn't work in a certain situation work very well in another. Just how it be. Everyone should try Sekiro? Yeah. It's one less dude spamming projectiles? Well, until they freaking switch to their cast weapon and start spamming Elden Stars at you. Because there's only one of them needs to use the Wing Scythe. And then they put it away. It's just they whittle you down. I know what you're saying. I agree. When I see a Wing Scythe, I'm not immediately, like, annoyed or anything, but it's just another, like, here we go. I'm gonna get phantom hit by the attack while I'm getting stun locked by the other two, and then I gotta run away and, you know, try to space. Although I don't always run. A lot of the time, they don't expect the aggression, you know. Hey! I want to talk about the duelist real quick. Unfortunately, it's nighttime, but you can see just his back is covered in scars. Do you have any on your front as well? Show me your body. Huh. Okay. It's a little interesting that he's got huge, deep gouges on his back, as if they're like from a... Wait, grab me with that. I want to see. Sorry, I instinctively dodged. I meant to get hit. Whoop. And then I dodge things. I get hit by everything else. Do the grab. No, do the grab. Do the grab. Okay, the grab is rare. That's just cool. I want a chain weapon like that. Maybe medium distance will trigger the grab? I don't really know the AI behavior in this game. I was like semi-familiar. When I did Blood level 4 in Bloodborne, like the equivalent to the Rune level 1 challenge run. Oh, here we go! Holy shit, you froze the game. That's really not that impressive. You just kind of make me drop frames and then you pick me up. Okay, bye. Aggression is key. Aggression is key. It's also the fact that listen, the only PvP I do is invasions, and the thing about invasions is you're dealing with like people who don't PvP, so you don't. to get good at something, you need to fight people who are, or not fight, but like do things with people who are better than you, right? So like if you're learning to run, you're trying to like be a runner or something, you don't train with amateurs, you train with professionals, right? So I am the equivalent of someone who's an amateur who also learns from amateurs. So it doesn't mean I'm good, it just means I have fun. Like, you know, I'm not trying to enter the fucking PvP Olympics or anything. But anyway, my point is, most people panic and they run. That's really it. So they expect you to run. And most of the time I've learned, I've become very good at chasing people because 99.9% of the time, that's all people do is run. So I chase. And that's the one thing in PvP that I am very good at, is chasing people. But it's out of necessity, not choice.
Oh, was that you? Yes, the master is still ceased. And after coming all...
Yep. About the noble gold mask?
Who exactly was Radigan? The master is stumped. His finger has remained still.
Okay, so this we got...
Oh, why must we were on the...
Gold mask, I have some information for you. Tell him that Radigan is Marika. And let's watch the finger. Let's watch the finger, okay? I think this is a decent angle. Nothing's changed in his animation, but we'll check his other spawn location. Pull out the scythe? The wing scythe? Really? Oh, goodness. My favorite thing is dodging the wing scythe, and I feel like just watching them have a mental meltdown when this happens. Did he gasp? He does indeed inhale sharply. Something between a wheeze and a gasp, but no, for real, he does. He does respond to you.
What did you do to the master? Well, not that I'm complaining. Master's finger moves again, resuming his cogitation. More than good enough for me. I haven't the words to thank you. So I'd like to pass this on to you instead. A glimpse into the heart of the Golden Order. Documented by yours truly.
Immutable shield. This looks like a real shield that we have. Isn't it? What shield is this? Does anyone know? I don't remember what this shield is called. Brass shield. Thank you. Brass shield. I've seen it before. Where do you get it? I don't think I have it. So many people saying brass shield. Thanks, chat. Clever. Used by soldiers? Yeah, but where do we get it? Do we have to get it as a drop? Ah, dang, it's a drop. Ah, sucks. Leyndell? Is it just Leyndell? Like the little guys? Drop by Godric and Leyndell Knights. Okay. So Limgrave and Leyndell? That makes sense considering where the Limgrave Knights came from. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists enchants shield held in the left hand with the light of regression, increasing all forms of non-physical damage negation and ailment resistance. Two concepts form the basis for Golden Order fundamentalism. One is the law of regression, to which this incantation relates. So it's interesting. He says the finger has continued moving, but it doesn't move. Nothing changes except for the passive sort of breathing animation and gentle arm movements and side-to-side head movement that he always had. But we know that the fingers, and potentially Goldmask as a result, speaks in a language of light, which Corrin can read. So it's not surprising that we don't see anything. Just try to mount my horse. Oopsie. Yeah, I don't think I have it, but I'll do a double check. Oh boy, I got two. No. Oh god, that's funny. On the larger side, for a medium-sized shield, the face has been covered in brass, commonly employed in the shattering. So I don't think the shield choice is important necessarily. It's just like Leyndell shield .jpg. Dual wield them. That's an excellent idea. Damn, I'm gaming now. Aw, yee. Oh, you can, absolutely. You never tried? I tell you, there's some really... Oh my god, that's a big drop. Oh, good thing I'm shielded up. Hey, what up, gamer? Let's see how much damage it does. Oh, hang on, it's very heavy is the thing. Oh boy. Oh boy, 27 damage. Who is she? Oops. It's bringing me back to Fist Bloodborne when you gotta defeat the, the Wolfie at the start. Alright, bye-bye! Unironically wielded 2 shields and thought he had a good build. In all seriousness, I actually genuinely don't think that, both solutions are funny. Either Elon Musk is such an absolute dingbat, he didn't know what he was doing, which is very likely. But in all seriousness, I actually don't think he played Elden Ring. I think he probably hired like an intern to play Elden Ring and then post like a clip, so that he could be like, hello fellow kids and such, you know? You know what's interesting? You're wielding the pulley crossbow. Right, we were gonna take a second look at the pulley crossbow. Anyway, I don't think he actually played it, man. Silver and gold. The silver is really what gets me, the fact that it's dominant silver. I don't know. I really feel like this might be a we don't know who this is yet, personally. But it could very well be Mikla. I don't know. Solidly tempted to do a playthrough of this. I'm actually really... Oops. I thought I could be a little clever over there. Didn't really work. Such an ugly shield. You know what? I wanted to take a second look at it. I was just memeing with the 2 shields, but... I think we've looked at... Oh my god, I'm doing the thing again. I think we've looked at the shield before. We definitely have, because I was, like, intrigued by it. It's interesting that the center of it is... Well, the Elden Beast, isn't it? Like, this is the Elden Beast at its center. It has a little arm, like the Elden Beast does. It has the root-like tail. And it's literally protected in a bubble. And everything else is symmetrical and around it, but that one thing at the center is asymmetrical because it's the Elden Beast. So they knew about the Elden Beast? Whoever made this, I don't know how the Elden Beast would have been known about, but you have to admit, this is the Elden Beast. I don't think it could be anything else. Makes me so sad they don't have a power stance moveset. In all seriousness, Dark Souls 2 would, okay? Elden Ring. Disappointing. But yeah, it's interesting that the very image in the center is the Elden Beast sort of within a bubble. It could be a protective bubble, but it could also be the, a reference to oracular bubbles. The claimants search for lost oracles within their bubbles. Did I get the horn? I want to talk about... I don't think I talked about the bubble boys around here. Well, briefly I touched upon it. Where... What do they use? They use like a it's like a horn, a colossal thing. Hang on, where is it? I could have sworn I got the envoy horn to drop. I don't remember what category it's under. I don't see it. Maybe I didn't get it. Great hammer? Did I pass my great hammers? These are colossals. Looks like I didn't. I thought I did. Maybe that was the first playthrough. That's too bad. Prophets had visions of the Elden Beast that they wouldn't fully understand but could still totally put on a shield. The thing is, this is... Okay, so Godric soldiers were originally Leyndell soldiers. They just followed Godric, presumably, right? So it makes sense they use very similar gear. Also, Godric stole from Leyndell before he left, so it's not unusual. None of this is unusual. So whoever made the shield maybe knew about the Elden Beast, right? There was even an artisan in the lands between who knew about Radagon, right? He witnessed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. try to kill him, even though he drops an item with the exact same lore as always. I love that. I love when you teleport behind me. I love when you teleport behind me. I do, and it's a nothing personnel kit. It's literally what Orphan of Kos does. You know, and you think you're, you know, like him or whatever, but... Any other reference to the Elden Beast anywhere else? On Elden Stars. Do I have Elden Stars? I did pick that up. Like, naturally, Elden Stars. The Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast and lands between them, which would later become the Elden Ring. Now, it is said, so we have to take with a grain of salt, but, like, all this fits with what we know. And the thing about Elden Stars, it is definitely the most ancient of those that derive from the Erd Tree. Yes, it's super old. This is the OG Erd Tree incantation. It's a legendary incantation. But also, what's really important about it is the suggestion that the really OG figures would have known about the Elden Beast. How many people knew? I don't know. I really don't know. Did Godfrey know? I don't know. But I feel like some older figures would absolutely know. The annoying thing is you don't want to lock onto this enemy because of his movements, but you also, if you unlock, you'll get caught. That's okay. I don't play claw, so I can't adjust the camera super well. Oh, that's great. While I play? This one's not as bad as the Blackblade Kindred, though, so... Oh! What? Where are you going? I didn't even hurt them. What the... It's the flying and the teleporting that I really cannot abide, I think. Oh boy. Goodbye. Goodbye, sir. Good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you for the gargoyles, Halbert. I was kind of hoping one of these guys would have a drop for me, but unfortunately, no. I forget the exact dialogue of the Envoy's horns. They appear in places of a coming of a new age or the birth of a new god. So I wonder if they've been here for a long time, like awaiting what's going on with the Elden Ring. They could simply be like, you know, pointing toward where Marika is. But they're also there where, of course, in the Halig Tree, that's the other location they pop up. And there's a really particularly large one that appears there. Oh my god. Had to be because they saw it, so yeah, definitely Marika. Yeah, Marika would know. Marika knows. I just wonder, it's interesting that a craftsman would make that shield and know about it. Attempts to take over entirely? That's actually pretty interesting considering the theory of the Trinity in Christianity. And the Elden Beast and Radagon do appear to be aligned. And in the final cutscene, of course, Elden Beast dips Radagon's body, Radagon and Marika's body, into the water and then pulls it back out as a weapon, the Sacred Relic Blade, or sword, or whatever. Interpreted as them heralding our arrival. Maybe that's just ego. The coming of the age is triggered by us. But the thing is, they're not pointing at us. They're pointing at the thingy. And they are also, of course, you know, hostile to us. But no, absolutely, it could be. It's related to us. Play your ass, but that definitely fits. I mean, to be fair, it's not pulled out of my ass. It's pulled out of Utana's ass. But no, like, there is some relevance to that. We talked about the Christian elements of this game as well. They're not as prevalent, I argue, personally. Like, I think there's definitely a lot more, like, Eastern myth. But the thing is, I'm not familiar with that, and I'm familiar with Christianity, so... I was talking to Utana. Listen, I see everything that's your or you as me because like that's how I read it. Also, you didn't reply to the comment, so I'm assuming it's to me. All right. Anyway, I want to talk about this real quick just because it's cool. You see this building? It's just how it be. Where's this freaking shield? Here we go. The Manor Tower Shield, an iron grate shield large enough to cover the entire body, depicts the Round Table Hold. It really does. Cool, right? Just a nice detail. I remember discovering that during the first playthrough in Limgrave. And then I was like, oh, I wonder if that's going to be it. And it sure was. It's really, really nice that they did that. East on the building? Mm-hmm. It's Godfrey's symbol, of course. Because Godfrey is the representative of the Round Table Hold. Alright, so now we can walk on over. Hang on, I got a little turnaround with side lore. Wanna shield looks like that wall over there? Yeah. Technically, this whole thing is the fortified manor, but it even externally, it's still referred to as the Round Table Hold, so they're both the Round Table Hold for sure. Stormhawk acts early by using the Taunter's Tongue on the Divine Bridge. I don't understand. Oh my god! You just reminded me. Oh shit, that's too high. Never mind. I discovered this very late. This door in the Round Table Hold does not open. It's not even activatable. There's no suggestion that it even opens. Doesn't open from this side, nothing. But from the real Round Table Hold, the door opens. Oh my god! Honestly, I've been thinking a lot about the Blood Level 4 run that I did of Bloodborne, like really fondly. I'm sort of... Ooh, is that meat on the inside of your... That's meat. Y'all got meat hung up on the inside of your armor. That's meat. Show me the meat. That's meat. It looks like freaking bacon. I was so busy looking at everything else inside them, I didn't notice. Holy, that's macabre. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. You have to take the elevator up to get to you? Honestly, listen, if you're gonna go to that amount of effort, just ask someone to drop it for you, because then it's kind of like... I don't know, I feel like it's fucking with invaders. Do you know what I mean? We get fucked with enough, dog. Just ask someone to drop the damn axe for you. Abductors are transmuted prisoners or golems or something. They seem to be flesh golems, is the thing. Also, the red smoke within them is really interesting. We don't see anything else like that as far as I can think of. Oh boy. Sorry, I'm just like really intrigued by them. Their weaponry, their iconography, the fact that they are wielding, they're covered in golden serpents. It's pretty interesting. Oh boy. Into the meat cave I go. Gold serpents, silver baby, silver mask. Do their hands look like anything? I mean, coiled serpents, for sure. And then the Giza's wheel, which we know was the inspiration for their design. What the... Some of my favorite enemies in the game. I remember how excited I was to see them for the first time because I saw them in the load screens. The meat cave sounds like a barbecue restaurant. It sure does. Interesting depiction. So this looks like a... These statues look masculine, wielding swords. We see them around the Divine Towers, in front of the Divine Towers. That part isn't unusual. This is a really cute and pretty little area. They are cute, but they are mean. That's both true. Also, if I'm not mistaken, this leads to Melania's tower, and therefore likely Miquella's tower, the Divine Bridge, and you take the teleport. Godfrey's golden shade just now realizing he can't be parried. Oh, is that true? Interesting. Wow. So here we see the path to the Divine Bridge, also loaded with those statues. More of them over here, with literal vines growing upon them. In this location, place is really overgrown. Need to work on their gardening. Do you even think about if Miquella has a tower? It's likely Melania's tower as well, just because of the fact that that's how our boy Mohg and Morgott work. Also, last time I was here, during the first playthrough, or no, it was during the LOREATHON, someone said that this guy respawns, and I was like, no, he doesn't respawn, but I think he does at a certain point in the game, and that's why we got confused. Technically, both of us were correct. He doesn't respawn until we hit Ashen Leyndell, I think, because on my first playthrough, I went back in here, and I was like, why is he here? And yeah, he was there. So it could have been a previous patch, but either way, it looks like after Ashen Leyndell, everything resets. Also, related to this, somewhat at least, the ladder in Godfrey's arena, like Goldfrey, Goober come back. Yeah, if it was you, E-Boy, that's it. That I realized that. I'm glad I remembered, because I was like, wait a second. Yeah, like he comes back. But it's after Ashen Leyndell. And I very rarely activate Ashen Leyndell. The last time I beat Malekith was probably the first playthrough. Not really, I've beaten him a couple times, but you know. Look, effervescent, thank you. Such a great adjective and very kind. How freaking gorgeous is this? First of all, a waterfall so big it would rival Niagara Falls. The base of the Erd tree more visible than any other point as far as I can think of. And then Farum Azula. Vulpine, you mentioned that you can see this. I think you get a really good view from this particular Divine Tower. And yeah. Where would a bridge even connect this tower? Yeah, okay, so first of all, we teleport, but the Divine Bridge that we take is here, right? So it's literally, we take a teleport point from the Divine Bridge, from the fortified manor, the Round Table Hold, here, and then we teleport all the way out here. We can see some ruins, but if it did connect, it would probably be to the Forbidden Lands or the mountaintop of the Giants. But even then, like, I don't really see anything particularly connecty. Although there is this, which is... Whose Divine Tower? I don't think... Oh, this would be Mohg and Morgott's, I believe, no? Ground is broken, the foot of this tower too, like there was something here. Yeah, also, frankly, like, this looks like an entire chunk of earth was put somewhere else. Like, this is a very unusual... Listen, I don't know how the ocean works, but I don't think oceans usually have waterfalls like this. Could be. I don't know, man. But this is something. This looks like the land was just Control-C, Control-V where it didn't belong. Yeah, so it's... Whew. Anyway, we can't get in here right now, but yeah. So the way it doubles up, Mohg's tower and Morgott's tower are the same. They use the same tower because likely they were twins. It could also be like gameplay convenience, right? I don't know, because there's only 6 Divine Towers, but it is really interesting, of course, that Miquella's rune, if we are able to acquire it, perhaps in DLC, considering that, you know, whatever. The only unaccounted for runes that we know of are Mikola's and Ronnie's, of course. Is that Farm Azula? That's Farm Azula. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see the size of the storm. Any wonder that runes have been falling from this place? Free associate about what Mikola's rune does? To be honest, I haven't used runes very much, like at all. So I actually don't even remember what all the runes in the base game do. I'm not gonna really guess. But it does represent their personality in a way, right? Like, I think Melania's rune, it's described as her resolve in standing against the rot, makes it so she can heal upon hit or something when you take damage. It's basically taken straight out of Bloodborne, by the way. Also, I teleported to the wrong place. But no, like, if you want to make some guesses, feel free, chat, please. I'm just, like, not the right person to ask. Okay, I did want to make the run legitimately, though, so we're going to run, but I just really want to show that off. It's a gorgeous view of Farum. Best distraction from doing my BA dissertation? Hell yeah, happy to distract. Let's go. Jerk. Like, his rune is the rune of the unborn. The thing is, there's a rune that we see in the trailer briefly, and some people are theorizing that the rune that we see, which looks vaguely like a crescent moon, is Mikola's rune. Can I even get down from here? Now that I think about it. Oh, damn? You know how to use ladders? Damn, you're smarter than I thought. Plain Del BF. The best of the best. Ugh. But no, there's a rune visible in the trailer, and people think it's Mikola's because, well, first of all, it's one of the only unaccounted for runes. The DLC involves us following Mikola. And it looks like the line placement is similar to Melania's. I'm not sure what to think, because if it's Mikola's rune, I really think they could have done a better job not making it look like a fucking moon, personally. Because, like, when I see moon, I think, Ron, I'm sorry, she's like, she's the freaking lunar princess. When I see a crescent moon, I'm gonna be like, that's Ronnie, but the line placement is very similar to Melania's, so it's likely Mikola's. I'm not sure, we don't know, it could be something else, but still, it's still really interesting to talk about. Mikola's Ronnie, yup, that's how it be. Anyway, I had a plan, but I'm lost. You need to die. Thank you so much. Fulgur Bloom. Neat. Rune of the Unborn from the Amber Egg also has the lion in the same spot. But the thing is, okay, people are like, why is a Rune of the Unborn a thing? Okay, you don't need to acquire all the runes to repair the Elden Ring. You don't need to acquire all the ones that we know of to finish the game, right? So that means they're not all required. It makes sense lore-wise, because you can remove whatever rune you want and still repair the Elden Ring, but it is pretty interesting, all things considered. I feel like I was going to show something in my inventory, but I forgot, so we're moving on. Oh, the rune, they literally, that's what it was. Yep, this rune. So I don't have Melania's. But we'll get them all, we'll see. The lion placement is pretty significant. Oh, Jesus. Yep, just spam me down, you jerkwad. Tossed his rune when he abandoned the Golden Order to focus on what might help his sister. The thing is that he might not have had a rune at that time because that would have been pre-shattering, likely. A lot of runes missing from the Elden Ring, judging from the ancient depiction in Malekith's boss room. Leech handed out shards. We don't know the exact nature of how the runes worked. There's a lot of questions. But based on the fact that we, as the player, don't need all the runes in order to repair the Elden Ring, it suggests that they're not really required. You can rebuild it however you want. Mikola abandoning his rune makes sense, because he might not need it. But it's also possible that he still has it. The thing is, he discards everything else of his. According to the trailer description, he discards like his body, his lineage, everything. His runes likely too, and I might even mention his runes straight up, but I don't recall. Vestigial runes, that's a good way of putting it. Just want to point out that their tails are scaly versus the... Now keep in mind, the Godskin Noble's always beating my ass when I'm trying to lore, but I don't think it has scales on it. It's very slick. Oh, what? You coming? Oh, 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 guess you're not. Bye! Maybe his own rune was one of them? The thing is, it, like... Radigan having a rune before the shattering makes sense, because you don't need to shatter a rune to remove it. Apparently, the Glowmide Queen had the Rune of Death, and then Marika was able to seal it away. The fact that Radigan has the Rune of the Unborn before the shattering based on timeline makes sense. But Mikola would not have acquired his rune until the shattering, because Mikola is not the Empyrean, is not the god of the land. Radigan kind of is. Godskin tails looks more snake-like. They do look snake-like, but they have a slickness to them that's really interesting. Mikola has zero interest in anything related to the previous order. I think he has interest, but he still wants to do his own thing, because he's interested in the path that Marika took. Oh, what? Oh, right! I forgot. I was like, hello? Sir! Sir! I stunned it and it didn't transform. I forgot. It was Ronnie's rune that Renala found on her dead body and led to her becoming obsessed with rebirth. I don't think it's Ronnie's rune, but it could be, because there's also the rune on the moon that people talk about, right? Like but the thing about that rune is it looks like the fucking Crucible. Like, it looks like a depiction of the Crucible, so that doesn't make sense for Ronnie either. What is an Empyrean exactly? They are someone who is in line, in succession to become a god. They have the potential to become a god. Some water snakes can be kind of slick and silver looking. Yeah. Definitely has that look. We'll have to take another look at the nobles. We don't need to imbue the unborn with benediction. It was removed beforehand. Yeah, that's actually a great point. Yeah, I don't think that belongs to anybody. Also, like, the rune of the unborn is like... I don't know. Because, like, I mean, Mikola may be a little stunted, but he was born. I don't know where the secret door is. I lost it. I missed it. I think it's over there. Eels? Well, there it is. Origin of the Elden Ring and DLC, since we're getting into Marika's origins, like who, what first forged it. I really wonder if we're gonna get to see the Elden Ring in some past form. Like the hints we've gotten in Farum Azula, like the hints of a previous order. Freaking missed it again. Can I only see it on the way up? I'm having a moment, gamers. I'm having a moment. Oh man, I'm turned around. There it is! Why did I crouch? Well, it worked. I tried to sprint with the crouch button. Oh boy. Thanks for the official's attire. Wait, is that, hang on. I think that's it. Hang on. This is huge. It is the official's attire, I think. No, never mind. Sorry. False alarm. The official's attire looks very similar to what, our boy the guy in the portrait in Volcano Manor is wearing, but it's not the same middle symbol. It's different, but still interesting. Didn't know about this? Oh boy, really? Grubby blue robe worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks. Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals, the darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. So there's like just a boy sitting out here. This to me looks like a prison cell. But it's also depicted as an office, so it might not be a prison cell. It's not locked either, so it would kind of be a weird prison cell. But like, it's hard for me to see bars on the window as anything but, nonetheless. Although there's no bed, so it would be like the worst prison cell of all time. But additionally, your commute would be kind of shitty to get to this place as well. Like, how do you get to work? Can you give me directions? So you want to jump off the elevator? Make sure not to fall off or you'll die. Yeah, anyway, good luck. Now, this is huge lore though. I don't mean to be flippant. Because all of that's really funny and illogical and senseless, but this is a hugely important item. Dagger given to one who set out on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. The power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Blade of gold. Leap into the air, charging the armament with golden flames that are then shot at the enemy as a single blade-like projectile inflicts holy damage. So, this is Melina's weapon. Melina used this. In fact, I should have summoned her from Morgoth, but I forgot. I'm not the best at summoning, so that's my bad. She has a whole combat moveset. She fights like the Black Knives, but uses unique abilities, including like some Golden Order-looking spells. And a spell that I don't think we get access to that is literally like you plant a giant spectral tree that heals you. It's really neat. So this is Melina's weapon. This is Melina's words. It's like a prophecy. Power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. The Kindling Maiden was likely Melina herself. This isn't, like, I'm not the first person to suggest this, that's for sure. But we know that she serves as kindling. And then she asks, she's not asking us, but she says in general that she seeks her purpose as to why she remains burnt and bodiless. She's burnt and bodiless because she burnt once before. But she remains, her spirit remains, because she's still needed. So it looks like she burned in body, but not in spirit. Very similar to Ronnie is the thing as well, who sort of died but not quite. And it's interesting as to why, but it's pretty notable that the Elden tree itself, the Erd tree appears to have had a physical form, and that would actually give sap and things like that. But it no longer does because it looks like a spirit. That's why it looks so spectral. The minor Erd trees we see all the way around the world have a physical form. They have bark and they have color, versus the Erd tree is not. And I wonder if it's somehow Melina, whoever she is, whoever her parents are, however she's related to anybody, she remains in spirit because, well, her job isn't done. She's like linked to the Erd tree in a very, very specific way. She's still sort of alive after she ignites the Erd tree, or did she burn her spirit form this time? I don't know. It's weird because she still appears in the Frenzy Flame ending, but apparently, and I haven't confirmed this myself because I haven't done this myself, but if you have her become kindling and then you accept the Frenzied Flame after, she apparently doesn't appear in the ending cutscene. Can we get some confirmation on that? Because like I said, I haven't done this. People in chat told me this though, and I was like, wait, really? Also, just pointing out the similarities of these blades. They're not that similar, but they have the similar curvature, that's for sure. Honestly, this one, the Blade of Calling, looks more like a Shamshir to me. Let's take a look. Let's do a comparison. Doesn't quite fit either. That was her office? The thing is, it says that the power of the Kindling Maiden its previous owner. However, its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent, but Melina uses it in spirit form. She doesn't, like, have a body, so she doesn't use the physical version anymore. One who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Nox Flowing Sword? Looks all like the Nox Flowing Sword as well. The amount of curved weapons in this game... Okay, it's not like the shuttle. Doing some comparisons here. Where is the Nox Flying Sword? I thought it was a curved sword. Oh, I'm just not seeing it. It's my bad. Yeah, no, not at all. It's more like the Nox Flying Sword is more like the shuttle. They've got curved swords. Curved swords. Either way, though, I think we can summon Melina for something else. We will summon her because I'd like to show off her moveset because it is unique. She fights like a Black Knife, but different. Embracing flame, walking alongside flame, meeting death. So then, of course, we should talk about the smoldering butterfly again. An eternally burning butterfly found near wildfires and elsewhere. Serves as the kindling for a number of items. So a lot of people before the DLC trailer came out said that this matches Melina. The reason that I was always like, I don't know, because yes, she burned, but is she always smoldering? And like, honestly, yeah, she has scars even on her spirit form because she burned before, and she doesn't need to touch anything. It simply lights on fire when she's at the Forge of the Fire Giants, right? So she has the flame within. Does indeed not appear if you inherit the frenzy flame after she burns. Really neat. That's really neat. So it looks like the second time she burns is the final time, but if she refuses to burn for you because you have taken on the frenzied flame, then yeah, she will live. You can really betray her, in other words. Wow, that's dark. But yeah, so even before she burned the first time, apparently, this prophecy of, you know, meeting destined death was present. Oh, I took it off already? Oh, man. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Ooh! Blade of Gold. Leap into the air, charging the armament with golden flames that are then shot at the enemy as a single blade-like projectile inflicts holy damage. I should be able to use it, actually. So, Blade of Gold and Blade of Death. Melina's weird. The more I think about her, the more confused I get, and I love it. Sorry. There we go. God, that looks cool, though. Looks a little similar, doesn't it? Looks exactly the freaking same, in fact. I should finish the game first? Oh my god, yes, please. Sorry, this is not a good... Yeah. We're getting into some pretty deep lore. So we're in the Forbidden Lands. There's still grace here. But then there's also these red tendrils chilling around everywhere. We see really similar ones in Raya Lucaria. The same light, but they're blue. Hard for me to see Melina as anything but a manifestation of Marika. The thing is, it's hard because she's the Kindling Maiden. Well, And the tree that burned before, was it the Erd tree or was it the Great Tree? Was it the Crucible? Was it the old form? And who burned it? I still think Mesmer's got to be involved. The snakes, the serpent part, even with Melina as the kindling, we still don't fully understand where Mesmer fits in. The reason that Mesmer is important to the concept of burning the tree is that cardinal sin, burning the tree, is linked to the to serpents as the traitors. The serpent, it represents the traitor to the Erd tree. Likely because a serpent is the one who burned the Erd Tree. It could also represent the Glomide Queen, though, considering we've already discovered some links between serpents, the Godskins, Glomide Queen, right? Also, yeah, I don't see the Erd Tree, but it should be... The Erd Tree's behind us is the thing. It's just very foggy here. Very hyped when I entered this area, then it ended very soon. It's a little bit of an underwhelming area, but it's a what do you call it? Transition area. Look more like the butterfly ones than Melina's. Like the smoldering butterfly. The thing is about Mesmer is he wields flame, but he isn't himself smoldering. He is not on fire, but he wields fire. The idea of being kindling is something very much linked to Melina. But I wonder if they are siblings indeed, if Melina was not the one who burned, and Mesmer is the one who set her alight. I don't know. I think they both had to be involved somehow. There's also the fact that the Glomide Queen... Okay, I feel like the Glomide Queen was probably a Newman. There's not really any solid information for that. Necessarily. It's really just the fact that Melina uses the same moveset. These nerds are here, of course. Seeking Deathroot. There is a Deathroot up ahead, though. Gonna be a great Deku Tree situation? You expect the tree to talk to you? Oh, I can't believe I didn't even think of that. Forbidden Lands, but it's a cliff or a mountain pass type beat. Yeah, although, to be fair, the this land, everything past here is forbidden. Like, this, once you enter this area, you are in the places that are forbidden. So the Mountaintop of the Giants is also the Forbidden Lands. People stripped of Grace of Gold meet their death from Mesmer's flame. Maybe his flame is used as a source for the kindling. Yeah, I mean, he does seem to not like people who don't have grace. He says, if you're not golden, you get burnt, bitch. That's how I translated it in my head. Doll Maria reveal moment with Melon in the DLC? Maybe not exactly like that, but I wouldn't mind a little bit of like, hey, you know? Like an answer. Glomide Queen and Marika were sisters? Oh yeah, that's... I'm personally kind of in that vein. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, I just want to point out Giant Skull. This would be... You know, we see them in Caelid and we see them in the Mountaintop of the Giants, but we do be having one here. Oh boy. They're a little hard to see in this area. Translation's always got a lot of sauce on them. They're zesty. Hehe. Attack on Titan. Chomp chomp. Nom nom. Sorry. But no, I definitely think they're related. I'm not certain though. I mean, if Melina is somehow related to the Glomide Queen, like she's seeking her mother in the Erd Tree for her purpose, and I think Marika might be her mother, but it's also possible that she's her niece, right? If she's related to the Glomide Queen somehow. We just don't know enough. We don't. It's a lot of like heavy speculation. And I'm fine going there. Oh, hi! It's nighttime, now that I can freaking tell. The appearance we know are all related to some extent. Yeah, the thing is, we don't know what was occurring before Marika, right? Was she the first generation of Empyreans? Did the Erd Tree or the Elden Ring show up? The Golden Star? Oh my god, you dumbass. Like, don't fall. I want to fight you. Did the Golden Star show up in her lifetime? Or is she the next generation? Was there an order before her? We don't know anything about it. So I'm guessing that Marika's the one who encountered the Erd... No! He shoved me! Oh. Glomide Queen could be Marika's mom if we're to kind of transpose the Empyreans succeeding their parent thing back to Marika's position. The thing is, like, yes, but it's interesting because Marika becomes a goddess. The Glomide Queen, as far as we know, was only an Empyrean. So that's why I always thought sisters. Or at the very least, same generation. It's possible they're not. Both potentials are there. Glowmite Queen's Marika herself. The only reason I don't buy that theory is that Malekith is the one who defeated the Glowmite Queen. And we haven't seen any evidence that... okay, this would have been when Marika was still working with the Greater Will, right? Oh shit, now it's not daytime. Now it's not nighttime. Fucking... I hate those guys. Hang on 1 second. I want to defeat him though. Sorry. The, yeah. Oh, hang on. This place looks different when you turn around. And I'm aggroed, so I can't teleport. No, the shadows cannot turn on their Empyreans. As far as we know. To be fair, only example of that is Blythe. And Malekith and Marika are a little fuzzy, so we can't be certain. But based on Blythe, the only time that Blythe turns on Ronnie, or is supposed to at the very least, is when she goes against the Two Fingers. But at this point in time, Marika was still in full agreement. She was all in. So it doesn't make sense. God, I have to rest for nighttime. I forgot. Ooh. Glowmite King was the actual god of the prior age. It's possible. Maybe just talking about her would be like blasphemous, right? So they don't call her the previous god, because that would damage Marika's perception as the eternal god. So that's possible too. The thing is, it appears she only carried the Rune of Death. It doesn't say anything about the Elden Ring, although she could have carried both. She could have had both. What's the Glowmite Queen's agenda? I mean, apparently, making apostles, like, creating them somehow, birthing them, because she swallowed them in little cloths. So she's basically like, hello, my little baby apostles, swaddle them in little god skin, and then, you know, killing gods and taking their skin. What a bitch. Oh my god, the freaking horse bullying me as well. You jerk. You fuck off, and the moment I start taking a drink, then you're all in, huh? Jerkwad, asshole, stupid Knights Cavalry. No wonder you're related to Morgoth. No wonder you serve Morgoth, dick. Yeah, they could be keeping it ambiguous for ambiguity's sake. Like, they might be like, hey, she defeated, the previous... Like, if the lore straight up said, Marika defeated the previous holder of the Elden Ring, the Glowmite Queen, and removed the Rune of Death from it, then there would be a lot less questions in the lore, wouldn't there? So maybe they're keeping ambiguous that she received and removed the Rune of Death at that time. Malika did the same? It doesn't look like he ever did. Can you stay away from the edge, you absolute dumbass? Like, or just stunlock me, that works with me too. I'm thinking about doing a rune level 1 run for this game. And I think it would be interesting because it might make me like some of the bosses more, or it might cement my hatred further. Where'd he go? Oh my god! Holy crap! I'm not sure. It's like a 50-50 shot. The only boss that I've ever changed my mind about in FromSoft games has been, other than Elden Ring has always been, is Lawrence from Bloodborne. I used to think he was like just okay, and now he's like my favorite. So... Oh my god, I hate you. Why is the Knight Cavalry doing that? Is he stupid? Yes. Ow. God, I hate these jerkwads with their... They spend so much time running away and running past you, and then they just freaking execute you. Swords look like Kratos Chaos Blades. I'm about to ban the word Kratos from the chat, I swear to God. I'm about to remove Chaos Blades. Why can't I talk about my favorite game, God of War? Excuse me, I appear this phrase. Why can't I talk about the main character of God of War in the channel? understand. Will it come out of the DLC with more questions and answers? I'm hoping so, personally. Why is your character not named Kratos? Because I'm Mesmer's GF, you freaking goober. I'm sorry for calling you a goober. It's meant in all good fun. I've actually been thinking of doing a what to expect from DLC video, just because a lot of people ask and they're like, what do you think is going to be in the DLC? And you know, they don't know the previous titles, so that's why I feel like I have a unique, not unique, but very, very great ability to just be like, to be surprised. That's what you should expect. You should expect to be surprised, but then I could like back it up with all the information. Are you mad at Athena? I haven't played the old God of War games. This shit goes over my head. I've only played the one where he's a dad, and then I played half of the one where he's also a dad, and I fucking hated it. And stopped playing it, and got really annoyed. I haven't played the originals where he is not a dad. Well, technically, I guess he is a dad, but you know, he sort of changed that, huh? So overrated. The gameplay was so repetitive and boring. It's weird because the first, like God of War 2018. Was like fine with me, but then the second one I was like, I fucking can't anymore. It's too repetitive, and it's like they're the same game though, so I'm confused. But no, I absolutely felt the same way. Did any more with Tears of the Kingdom? I don't like builders. I don't like building games. Why'd you hate it? Because it's a game on fucking rails, but they tried to pretend that it isn't. Also, the difficulty was horrendous. It's basically my perfect example of a game that, in my opinion, is not tuned in terms of difficulty. They just go, higher difficulty means everything is a sponge and kills you in 2 hits. There's no other changes. It's like the prime example of that. The game is structured around do a fight, then do some climbing, and then do a puzzle, maybe, or maybe another fight. And the climbing is designed perfectly so you can finish a conversation with your traveling partner. But it's literally just fucking filler. It's like experiencing a filler anime and having to play it out. Ugh. Also, I think part of it is like I really thought they were gonna do something actually like really bold and interesting with the game. Okay, you are at 50% health. It's time to go. Oh boy. Alright, I know he's gonna resummon, but I just need to do 1 heal and then come on. Decease? Good God, you are tanky, huh? Yep, it is time to resummon. No! The horse hits you on the way out of the freaking void! What the? Also, the aggressive backseating and repetitive dialogue in Ragnarok made me want to, like, do my head in. You are on fire, Kratos. It will pass. You are on fire, Kratos. It will pass. You are on fire, Kratos. It will pass. I wanted to actually explode. I walk into a new room 5 seconds after. Perhaps we should activate that thing to make the item move so that we can solve this puzzle. It's like, oh my God. It was bad. But, you know, the story was really basic. It was like, I don't know, just like teenage angst and like bad dad, but also good dad. It was just, it was a game that I feel like I'd played before the first time playing it. Average Joe enemy is a sponge and kills you in 2 hits. It's not fun. It's simply unfun. Yo, Master PS, thank you for the resub. Thank you for 7 months. I appreciate that. Thanks for the support. Yeah, you know what though? It really was very much like playing the game was like getting backseated by chat. Yo, Rob, thanks for 37 months. Poggy. Appreciate the support. Welcome back. You know, the red directionless grace is really neat. It reminds me of course, the primordial form of the Erd Tree, the Crucible, which is represented by the color red. Ancient things are represented by red. And then we have some nascent butterflies. Not everything is for everyone. I agree. I think I just got really bored because, like, the story was, like... Also, it does this thing that I understand why they do it, but it pisses me off a little bit because it's so cheap. They tug at your emotional core with animals. Spoilers to the very opening sequence of God of War Ragnarok. I'm going to talk about it, so please tune out for 30 seconds if you don't want to hear. This is the opening sequence, like, first thing that you see. There is a cute wolf who is like sort of the pet of the boy, and the wolf dies and he has to put him down, and it's just like all sad, and then you cry. Spoilers done. It's cheap, dude. It's cheap. It makes you emotional, but it's cheap. I know what they're doing. They play the music and stuff, you know. Anyway, welcome back. Oh boy, hang on. Let me get to a safe point and say the thank yous. Utada, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh boy. I didn't see who it was to though. Village of the Origins with you know what? The thing is, it should be interesting. It really should, but it wasn't. Okay, I don't mind when they do it, but it was right at the start, so it was cheap. Anyway. Utada, thank you for the gift of sub to Top Ramen. Dashing, welcome and thank you for the raid. How's it going? And Shreddy, thank you for the resub. Thank you for 1 year of Prime. Welcome to the support. Because they're closing their ears. I did this. This is my spoilers are done. Cut. Rob, thank you for the gift of sub to Roptimin 1. But what happened to Roptimin 0? Never got one magma blade? Yeah, it's not easy to get, Johnny, that's for sure. We found something new. What is it? Hi, Marlo. You come here too, sweetie. There's a lot going on right now. Fintan, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. We're doing some lore hunting in Elden Ring. We just are finishing the Forbidden Lands, I guess. It's been pretty neat. Way to access Lanedale normal after burning it. Excuse me? Please share with the class. Oh, just to close off the God of War conversation, I'm kind of roasting the reboots. I understand that a lot of gamers are now old dudes who have kids. Not that you're old if you have kids, but they're older and they're in a different phase of life. And basically these games are like, oh my god, I thought that gaming was like really cool when you like beat people up and you're like Kratos and you're so angry. But then I had a child and I just realized that fatherhood is so important. And I'm just like, oh my god, tell me that you don't have like a speck of emotional intelligence without telling me that you don't have a speck of emotional intelligence, because you're unable to put yourself in shoes other than the ones that you know, it's like so self-indulgent. I just find it like so dumb. I'm a dad now, so I made a game about a character who's also a dad. Make something fucking creative, dude. Like, in all seriousness, like, put yourself in shoes that aren't your own. Let's start telling different stories than man who is angry becomes dad and suddenly has to deal with his emotions. Like, I sleep. I'm already sleeping and I haven't even played your game. Anyway. 49 years old, no kid, and it's just, you know, it's called freaking empathy. Maybe you should. It's like, it reminds me of like celebrities who are like, I used to like, I didn't think it was a big deal when people would talk about how bad things are for women, and then I had a daughter and I cared. And I'm like, didn't you have a wife to have the daughter with? You know, it's like, brother, what? Like, it's like the biggest self-report. Oh boy. Yeah, also, like, you know, not everyone has a relationship with their mother and their grandmother, but I'm assuming that if you are a dude who was married to a woman who got pregnant and had that daughter, that you were involved with women in your life, you know? Anyway. It's a whole thing. It comes from the same place to me where it's just like, yeah, Kratos is like really angry, and as a kid I thought that was cool, and then I realized that being a cool is actually being a dad. Anyway, sorry, Dashing. Okay. Requires online. We call it Flapjack Tech. What the heck? Put a video on it? Please do. That sounds really intriguing. You steal the world tendency of the host? I see. So you invade someone. Okay, that's interesting. Utana, thanks for the gift. It's up to Robtoman _. Like they're doing the right thing. Yeah, and it's like these things do change your perspective. I'm not trying to dismiss, like, parenthood is very important. Like, parenthood is huge, and like I'm very close to my parents. I appreciate them a great deal, right? You know, but like it's very much just this strange thing where people are like, suddenly and then they make the same fucking game, and it's like they make the same realization. There's so many games about weird fatherhood, and Last of Us did it right, because Last of Us was actually bold and brave and did something really, really, really interesting, and no one else has done it, because Last of Us 2 was not particularly well received because they actually tried to do something cool, and thus no game is brave enough to do it. They just do what everyone else does now. Are you a dad in Last of Us 2? So... I know you know, I'm just like... Man is angry but goes to Viking fair with son. Son is angry at the man, but then in the end the man and son are not angry. Also, I have a problem with the whole plot of the story being that the mother dies, because there's a very, very... There's a big history with so-called fridging the woman. It's not quite fridging, but their motivation for going on this journey is like, it's like, haha, no ladies allowed. Do you know what I mean? You were a dad in Last of Us 2? Oh boy, yep. Why isn't it simplicity? Also, I think Kratos is a great representation of positive masculinity. When he's a dad, he sure is. I don't know how he is. I don't think he is in the games I haven't played though. But he just seems like an angry man. Also, I think he has to work kind of hard to get good at that, because the first game is basically about him being really bad at it. Yeah, no, but anyway, the thing about fridging women is it's a common trope in storytelling used to push the story forward by removing the woman. So the death or harm done to a woman is used as a tool to develop the man. So like, I was on a journey, and then I came home and my wife was dead, and then I had to go on another journey, and it's like the whole thing, the whole plot comes from the fact that the woman is killed. So rather than telling the story of the female characters as characters, they are simply a tool to progress the man's story. It's a very common history. So like the very start of God of War, you know, whatever, is a funeral for mom, you know, and it's like, you know, there's some problems. There's some problems, you know? Let's go to Melania for the 5th time. Wish me luck. What are you using? What weapon are you using? Final Fantasy 14 Mombrita comes to mind. Oh, you know what? Listen. I skipped the base game Final Fantasy 14 and didn't pay attention until the first expansion. So that didn't really hit, but I can definitely see that, yeah. In Pokemon, I had never seen a dad. You haven't played Sapphire Ruby? The best games of all time? What have you been doing then? I'm just kidding. But yeah, you actually move because your dad, you have a dad. He's not, I wouldn't call him necessarily a good dad, but I mean, he's a dad. He's there. Professor Oak is your dad? No, you're the criminal mastermind of the Mafia is your dad. Hang on, I feel like I missed some stuff in chat. Sorry, Dashing. I very much appreciate the raid. You just caught me in the middle of something and I can't finish my freaking brain thought. Hang on. Rob, thank you for the gifted sub as well to like a off-brand Utana. Utana fished him over here. I missed that one. And Master MPS, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy crap, thank you so much for that. I don't see him being a dad. Well, I mean, he's a good gym leader, but yeah, he's not really a dad, you know? He's the father that stepped up, based, powerful. Sapphire Ruby's pretty based. Moonveil OP, but it's really so fun. If you're enjoying Moonveil, you enjoy Moonveil. I mean, Melania is pretty freaking OP. She can kill you in a single hit combo, so I don't think there's anything wrong with using whatever you want on her, if you ask me. Alerts seem annoying to deal with. No, it's good. That I try to be very minimal with my alerts, so that's why I turned off the sound for the follow alert, because it started to mind flood me. I like to keep my alerts minimal so I don't get too mind flooded, because I do be getting mind flooded. Such as we have done like a whole side story because someone mentioned the name Kratos, and now we've had this whole interesting discussion. It's very intriguing. Anyway, I have my problems with the God of War reboot, but I really like the first one. Just not a fan of the second. Yeah, so it's a whole thing. Walk at her and chain cast burn O flame. Seems a little toxic. Look what chaos. Oh my god. Also sheep screams, yeah. Thanks for the sheep scream, Rob. I appreciate that. It scared the bejesus out of me. Garrett's lava sword is like the guy. Don't remind me. I know. I'm not gonna fight this Black Blade Kindred because I simply do not want to. Forbidden Lands though, they have very interesting iconography. It's the same stuff we see at the other grand lifts. Like literally the same as a grand lift of Dectus, but here to a land that is now locked away, that is made forbidden. I wonder. Oh, finger reader, thank you. I don't know who I'm saying thank you to. Thank you for you, I guess, existing. Show me your cute face. Looking good, looking snazzy. Hi. Tell me about my fingers.
Please, I can read them.
Constantly blasted up in the air and the damage is nuts. Which one's burn O flame? A little nervous. This is my first time here. Welcome. No need to be nervous. Everyone's really chill. Welcome. Everything about Marika or all the other gods? I want to know more about some other gods too. Fire. I was about to ask if it's Firestorm. Dude, Firestorm is the only reason I beat Demon Souls New Game Plus. Demon Souls is savage as hell. Rip Mesmer snakes off and strangle him with them? Don't you talk about my Mesmer, my boyfriend, who I haven't even met yet, okay? Just like that right there. Sorry, my chair got stuck. That right there, that's my girlfriend. You better respect her. Is it Elden Ring or Dragon Dogma 2? I'm just wondering, like, if I said that it's Dragon Dogma 2, would you believe it? It's not. But I'm just wondering if you would. Marek had it sealed at the end of the war. I think that's likely. What's really interesting too, by the way, I don't think Radigan knows that that giant is still alive or the flame still burns. It's possible he does, but it's interesting that they seem to have... They're able to keep information from one another. That's how Marika was even able to do the shattering in the first place, likely. It's really neat. Royal Red Authority, thank you for the sub! I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Welcome in. I have a secret. I used to not like the Royal Rat Authority boss, but then I realized that it's not so bad. Wait, is Authority the one that's like a big dog or the many, many, many dogs? I always get them confused. Vanguard, I think, is the many dogs, and then Authority is the big dog. Is a big dog. Yeah. I used to not like it, but I like it now. It still scares me, though. Rob, thank you for the gift and membership on YouTube as well. You're sick? No, I feel that. Vanguard is the Mohawk plus many. Understood. Yeah, it's the big dog. Yeah. I actually love that fight, but I have historically been like, I don't necessarily like it, but I like it. I do. Authority's disgusting and I love him. Based. The only boss that I don't like... Wait, what's the only boss I don't like, chat? Hang on. I have one that I don't like. Don't I? Other than Elden Ring. Elden Ring's unfair. Do I like everybody? Hi, Cat. Hello. Are you the Royal Rat Authority? You know what? If Marlowe were, like, in a castle, I think he would be the Royal Rat Authority. As in, he would be, like, the Rat Hunter or something, you know? LMB's not Elden Ring. Sorry, I'm dying. Sir Alon? I love Sir Alon. Dark Lurker's horrible? Heartbroken. Long-time lurker, love your content, your base rants. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Really means a lot. Thank you for the support. He's very royal and an authority on rats. I think if Marlowe, like, encountered a rat, he would run from it, though. Like, he's a baby. Congregation Prowling Magus? No, I actually love that fight because it's got lore in it and you just like beat up a couple dinguses and it's done. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. I don't have to enjoy a fight to be fine with it. The problem with Elden Ring is half the time I'm like, okay, you've been flying around for 5 minutes. Like, I'm bored. I have things to do. Can you get your ass on the ground so that I can defeat you? You know, like that's my experience with Elden Ring. In Dark Souls 2, in Dark Souls 3 even, in Elden Ring, or not Elden Ring, in Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1, the bosses know when not to linger. It's just like, you know, you either die or you win. That's it. There's none of this like waiting for them to do their super cool ultra move and then jump into the sky again, you know? Ugh. Good old Malekith. Here's the thing. Who do you think I was talking about? Who do you, like, which boss was I just jokingly ranting about? Was it Malekith? Was it Placidus X? You know? Was it Fortis X? Was it Lancey X? Was it Valiant Gargoyle? Been lurking 4 years, glad to catch a stream. Shut up, Rob. Just kidding, don't ban me. Was it Winged Moog? Oh boy. It was Soldier of Godric. What's your favorite Souls? Okay, Bloodborne's my favorite, but we're talking Souls, Dark Souls 2. I know people are like, even gameplay? Yeah, I love Dark Souls 2. It's like genuinely so enjoyable. It's so comfy. I love it. New Game Plus, Elden Beast. He doesn't fly, but he do be running across the arena and making you freaking use up all your stamina. Giant wall of HP and almost all of his attacks you can't aggressively dodge into? Yeah, except for if you use Nebula on him and get him on your second try. Static lightning charging if you are near. Fortis X is neat. I'm not even trying to talk smack about Fortis X. I have like no inherent problem with him. Really. Moga's Raven's Wings because it's a reference to Blood Raven, who is a thing growing out through one of his eyes in the George R. R. Martin book. It's also possible that like the thing is there's lots of lore within the game that describes like ravens, dark wings, birds of prey. We also have black feathered like hawks in this game. We have the raven mount hunters who are associated with death and death birds. We have winged serpents. We have dragons with angels' wings. So like, yeah, but also the fact is that when I see black wings on a demonic looking figure, I'ma think Bible. And that's kind of what Moog's rolling with too. So like it's a multifaceted thing. The eye thing is pretty intriguing. Toxic to a YouTube lurker. For context, the reason I'm roasting Rob is because he keeps saying that I've been streaming for 4 years. I haven't been. He's trying to gaslight me. I've been streaming for 3. There was a clone of you that had played every FromSoft game except DS2. What builds you recommend to them? I would grab my clone and be like, sister, have fun. And then that's it. I wouldn't recommend shit. Okay, I would tell her to level up ADP, but that's it. Why would you bully your mod? He started it. When's the 4-year anniversary? January 2nd, 2025. I started streaming on January 2nd, 3 years ago. I don't remember what year that was. Probably 2021? Damn, 7 years is a long time to be streaming. Damn it. No, but in all seriousness, I played Dark Souls 2 last. Like, it's funny because a lot of people are like, oh, the one you play first is the one you like the most. Kind of. Bloodborne was my first. It's still my favorite. But my second favorite is Dark Souls 2. I played it last because my play order was super goofed up. I am a perfect example of playing in whatever order you choose and want. And it's never too late to get into it. Like, do whatever you want. The reason that I played it like that was because Bloodborne came out. I played that. Then I played Dark Souls 3 because it came out. I pre-ordered it, played it new. Then I played Sekiro when that came out. And then on stream, I was like, I should play the games I haven't played. And then I played Demon Souls Remake, Dark Souls 1, and then the last one was Dark Souls 2. So I played them completely backwards. And I still love them. So there's always time. Like, absolutely. Live your life. DS2, 1, 3 in that order, like right before DS3 release. Oh, clever. Yeah. DS2 was my last because I thought I wouldn't like it. Yeah, that's fair. Mine wasn't intentional. I didn't skip DS1 or 2. In fact, I own DS2. But I hadn't played it. Every Elden Ring fight has a caveat like that. Yeah. Yeah. Co-op through DS2 before? No, actually, other than the playthrough with Oro that we had to cancel. Funny story I'll just like mention for folks who weren't there. I started doing a co-op playthrough of Dark Souls 2 with Ouroboros. And then the servers for all the Dark Souls games went down and we had to stop. Oh my god. I disagree with the first is the best for you. DS1 was my first, is not my favorite. That's like, I'm not even saying that's the fact. I just feel like a lot of people are like, yeah, the first one you play is gonna stay your favorite, which I find, in my case, is true. I kind of confirm it, but it's not always the case. Absolutely true. I personally don't agree with it either, but you know. First videos were Elden Ring PvP. My first videos? No, my first videos were playthroughs. Like on YouTube, I put up a little bit of Sekiro, a little bit of Resident Evil, like some of my old VODs, but nothing was really getting any views because, like, you know, I was a brand new channel and I was putting up random VODs, like it wasn't good until the Dark Souls 1 playthrough. So that was like the big one for the YouTube channel. And I never finished uploading any of the other VODs except for Dark Souls 1. But now on YouTube, we have Dark Souls 1, Demon Souls playthrough, first playthrough, and Elden Ring is done. So, like, I want to get more of the Souls playthroughs for sure. And the boss hotness tier list, yeah. Your Sonic 06? I haven't streamed that. DS1 will always draw the eyes. Really, I think it's just because it's a popular game in general. DS1 is really special for that. But, like, you know, Sekiro, not so much, I guess. Dark Souls 1 right after Hollow Knight? I think okay, first I played Bloodborne. That was my first stream game. Then I streamed Sekiro. Then I streamed Hollow Knight. I sometimes think Hollow Knight was my second. I think it's hard to remember. I get confused. And then I did BL4 Bloodborne. So I beat all bosses minimum level. It was like my first challenge run and kind of like my only one, actually. And then I think I did Dark Souls 1. No, but then Demon Souls Remake. Oh, wait. I think I did Dark Souls 1, then Demon Souls Remake. Because Demon Souls... I didn't have a PS5 at the time, I think. Because it was just Demon Souls before that? No, I think I played Sekiro before Hollow Knight, though. Wait. I don't remember. Yeah, I didn't have a PS5 yet. They were super hard to get, but I managed to secure one. And then I played Demon Souls Remake. So I played Dark Souls 1, and then I played Demon Souls Remake. Sekiro. Oh, yeah. Sekiro was second, for sure. Yo, getting Melania out of the sky when she's about to do Waterfowl is so great. Other Souls-like apart from Softwares? So, the one thing, like, I have played Souls-likes. The thing is, I don't consider From Software Souls-likes because they are just Souls. Like, I know what you're saying, though. I'm just, like, being, like, I find it funny when people consider them Souls-like because it's, like, we don't call Castlevania a Metrovania. Do we? Do we, actually? Like, isn't it? It's a Metroidvania. Bro, it's the reason we have the term Metroidvania. I played Wolong. I played Lords of the Fallen. I played the one with the shooting. What was that one called? I played Hollow Knight, which is 100% a Souls-like. I'm sure I played others. We Do Me thinks it's odd. It is a little odd, isn't it? Castleoids? It sounds like an illness. We play Stellar Blade? Probably. Or the demo? Probably not. I just like, I got too much to play right now. That's because not all Castlevania games are Metroidvanias. Are you kidding? Really? The Crab Souls-like? I might squeeze in some time for the Sands Between. Yeah, Stellar Blade seems neat. Oh, Lies of P! I played Lies of P as well. Blasphemous? I did intend to stream Blasphemous. I just never got around to it. Okay, we can continue playing now. I was stretching my fingers too. They're a little goofed. Lack of ability to like warp between benches. Spoken like a real non-Dark Souls game. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm totally joking. I feel you though, but I just love that world so much.
Turn back. Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Earth Tree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself.
Seems a little dramatic, but okay.
Who would dare put you up to such a task?
Marika, probably.
Most certainly not the fingers.
Yeah, but that's because they smell. Anyway, thanks, Grandma.
You're...
Goodbye. So, she actually just reminded me, we have to go back to the round table hold to talk to Enya and get her really funny dialogue and such. Unbinding destined death is what burns the Erd Tree, not vice versa. Hang on. Let me hear it again. Get the dialogue from Melina after you talk to Enya in round table. I actually haven't talked to Enya in the round table. Is there specific dialogue for Melina? Where does it appear? Anywhere? That's really interesting. I should get that.
You're... Turn ahead.
Okay.
And the way... Hear me. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself. Who knows?
No, that seems to fit timeline-wise. Because the tree lights up. So, unbinding destined death. It could be like she means that it's accessible now. That's possible. Talk to Enya about the kindling. The Erd Tree Melon will talk to us. Let me hear this. Also odd that the cardinal sins are numbered ordinary, like ordinally. Yeah, it's it's a little funny to me because I feel like it's the first cardinal sin, and you'll ask like, what's the second? They'll be like, I don't know. Like that's the vibe I get when they talk about it, but. It reminds me of like original sin, the concept of original sin.
Well, you managed to return. You know what this means. The Erd Tree has burned you.
Wait.
The fingers remain still.
Oh, right.
Shaken by this turn of events, they are busy consulting the greater will.
She seems to know the truth and not be concerned, huh?
The fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me, but you. How will you ever manage to wait? My, oh my.
I love that. This is where you get sort of the secret side of Enya that she's kind of been obfuscating until now. He's very casual about being immortal. I think it's less about being immortal though, and more about she will wait as long as it takes. She is the very image of patience. This is actually kind of why I feel that she might be sort of a stand-in for Marika. I know everyone wants Marika to be like hot and sexy and stuff, but like honestly, I love the idea of her appearing as this woman who basically guides you along the path. And then finally at the end, when you realize you can't take the path that you're supposed to take, is like, oh goodness, it sure is awful that the Erd Tree spurns you. I wonder what you can do about it. You know? I want to burn the impenetrable thorns.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erd Tree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by two names.
Pay attention to this.
The other is Destined Death. The forbidden shadow upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The fingers would never permit it. Nor would the greater will. But here we are.
That was easy.
The fingers dormant, severing our link to the greater will. The realm and all life in ruins. Impossible events transpire beyond the ken of the fingers.
Finger reader is kind of insightful.
To say that the cardinal sin must be cardinal forever. Go on. Finish the job. Take the course you deem most worthy.
It's that easy. Like, she actually goes from like, oh god, that's a terrible sin, and just the greater will and the fingers would never allow it. Do it. Radical grandma, in all seriousness? I feel it. I love radical grandma. Finish the job, such a good line. Yeah, I actually love that. Palpatine vibes, but she's like base. Palpatine's just like some dingus, dude. They never allow that. Good thing they're not here right now. Yeah, exactly. How to burn thorns.
You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Erd Tree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Erd Tree, a sacrifice is needed. Of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the Rune of Death.
So the visions of flame, the role that we can take on is either have Melina do it, so she has visions of flame, she walks with flame, or become flame itself in the form of the frenzy flame, and the frenzy flame takes us on the same path. Those are our two options. It's the only way we can progress past this. There's no other option that we know of. Well, there's also a skip that you can do that will teleport you to Farum Azula without having to defeat Fire Giant, which I did a few times. But that's not canon. Yeah, but basically, we have to have flame in some way, shape, or form. And when we are a frenzied flame, we carry that flame within us, thus allowing us to fulfill the role. We are smoldering. We are burning. Or it's Melina. And that's what she wants. That's the thing too. We're gonna descend toward the flame. I'd really like to, because there's some dialogue from Melina I'd like to get as well, and for completion. We're not gonna take the frenzied flame this time though. Smoldering still makes me think the smoldering butterflies are Melina's, unless Mesmer is related to that flame in an even more direct manner. I think I've cemented that Melina is the smoldering butterfly, because Mesmer is fire, but he doesn't seem to smolder. There's a difference between burning something and being on fire yourself. She is the one who burns. But I still think that there might be a link between them, because she has visions of fire, but he is fire. I think they have a link somehow, but I agree with you. Yeah, I was kind of going back and forth. I think Mesmer was a missing piece for me, but it does kind of explain perhaps who lit the flame, right? Just makes sense to refer to something in the base game. There's tons of examples of items that refer to somebody who only appears in DLC and FromSoft games. It's absolutely a thing. So questioning that is totally valid. Maybe she has visions of him? Yeah. What's the deal with the round table hold? You play Bloodborne? So in Bloodborne, there is a character. Your hub is empty except for 2 individuals, one of whom is a doll who serves as your level up maiden. And the other one is this old dude in a wheelchair. He is the host of the dream. The reason that it exists in the form that it does is because it takes on the form of a place that is familiar to him. It's like a snapshot of his memory. Sound a little familiar? Perhaps someone else whose memory seems very important to this place? Someone who perhaps spent a lot of time here? Someone who is not a tarnished but yet has a reason to be here? Someone whose memory starts to go the moment the place that is potentially a remembrance starts to burn? I think Hugh takes on the role of Gehrman in this sense. I've talked about this a lot. It's one of my favorite pet theories. I think Hugh is the host of the Round Table Hold. We find his blacksmith, his weapon, sorry, in the Round Table Hold. Actually, I think I forgot to clear the Round Table Hold. I did the fights, but I don't think I got the items. We gotta go back there. But yeah, so if you know Gehrman, I think Hugh is the equivalent to Gehrman in this sense, except the difference is he has a purpose, and his will and resolve is what makes this place take the shape that it does. It also appears to be a safe place for tarnished who are otherwise beset on all sides by everyone in this world. Hark, tarnished, if you truly walk in faith, you must be prepared to reject all else. Follow the path that has been set for you, and you will make enemies of all others, the monks, the sorcerers, the ancient dragon knights, and the scions of gold. Heed me, the lands between offers no welcome to the tarnished, except for the Round Table Hold, which only tarnished can enter. No one who isn't a tarnished can apparently get in here, which is why we don't see Alexander or Blythe here, ever. Or Ronnie, for that matter. Except for tarnished. They might be like, okay, yeah, but we got the finger reader, we got the 2 fingers, and we got Hugh. Well, I just explained Hugh, but that also suggests that the other people here might not be all that they appear either. I really wonder if the 2 fingers is real or not. I kind of go back and forth on it. Enya, I kind of feel like she's almost like a little wink from Marika, being like, yep, follow the path that I set out for you. Follow the grace. Listen to the 2 fingers. And the moment the 2 fingers is gone, it's like, yeah, burn it all down, baby. I can wait. Oh, I can wait. Maybe you can't. Burn it down, right? Either way, though, the reason, as discussed, the reason he is chained is because it is a symbolic chain. That's why he says he's a prisoner to the tarnished, because he needs the tarnished to slay a god so that he can be free. He's not literally chained up and imprisoned by the tarnished. It's more an ideological goal that he has, an ideological prison that he has set himself. Also, he remembers nothing else except for that he is a blacksmith and he must smith. When the flame starts to become, like the Round Table truly starts to burn, that is all he remembers, because that resolve is what clearly gave the Round Table Hold its form in the first place. Yeah, when he becomes free, he doesn't care to leave because he was never a true prisoner. So it's really touching. Hugh's a really interesting character. He's a little abrasive at first, but of course, you know why. He's seen a lot of people get through here. He's seen so many tarnish and so many tarnish fail. So of course he's abrasive. He doesn't know if you're going to be the one, but in the end, he asks to call you Lord. Makes Gideon not the host of this place? Because he leaves and the place is fine. The thing about hosts is it's not a host in the sense of like, yes, please come into my home. It's like literally the place exists because of you. Gehrman is trapped in the Hunter's Dream. He cannot leave it. He wants to, but he can't. He's a prisoner. It's a little different because Hugh chooses to be there. He has a purpose to being here. But either way, they have a similar role. It's not one-to-one, but very similar. The prisons of Hugh and Malekith and Marika. Yeah. No, Gideon uses this place just like all the other Tarnished. That's what it's for. It's for the Tarnished to be here. Other Round Table Holds hosted by others like Hugh? No. There could be, but like no one else had the will. That's the thing. It's not easy to be a host. Like Hugh has to be resolved to give this place form. But yeah, when this place, yeah, he wouldn't go down with the ship. When this place starts burning, Gideon leaves. Garamond was entranced by the moon presence. It's not quite that simple. He encountered the moon presence and kind of... he got trapped by it. It's a little complicated, but still. It's not a one-to-one analogy, but the concept of a host is there.
You. What is it?
Where should I go?
If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame of Ruin, in the snowy mountaintops of the Giants, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Rold, beyond the Forbidden Region. Or go if you would. Take no heed of cardinal sin. The Two Fingers lost their purpose a long, long time ago. If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame, you'll need to find the Grand... or go if you would. The Two Fingers...
You. Yeah, haven't you ever been, like, enjoying a good book, and then someone's like, hey, Raph, what's up? And then you're like, my book. You distracted me from my book. Okay, so what's this line from Melina about the thing? Is this, like, someone said it's, like, a special line for after Enya? I thought it just occurred when you arrive in the Zamor. Is there something else? Garamond made a doll of Lady Maria. What does that tell you? So, a little different. But yeah, Garamond's an interesting figure. I see the relation. Yeah. In return, he became enslaved. I wouldn't even describe it as a deal with the devil. I think it's more the moon presence is like, oh, you rang? You wanted to encounter me for some sort of purpose? Well, okay, you seem to be really sad about this Maria person dying, and you seem really attached to this doll or something. Well, I guess I can bring it back to life. Anyway, here, you sit here and you'll be a little hunter, and you can talk to the hunters that I send here. And then you can have your doll. Because the moon presence and the great ones do not understand humanity. You know what I mean? We absolutely do not, they don't get us. They're like, you're sad about her being dead, so I can bring her back to life. And instead, the moon presence animates a doll who Garamond is fucking terrified of. That's the thing too. I feel like people read into the doll and his whispering about it as like horny. Because frankly, most people are just, they cannot comprehend anything past horny. But he isn't whispering, use the doll if it please you, because he means a sex doll. What does the doll do? It levels you up. She allows you to gain stronger via blood echoes. He's saying use whatever you need here, even the doll, because he doesn't want you. He's so terrified of the doll. He's always away from her. He's never near her, never in line of sight. He is terrified of her. He doesn't want to be near her because she's like this uncanny thing. Imagine, like, goodness forbid, someone that you care about passing away and then they're brought back to life, but they're like a weird, creepy doll who looks the same and sounds the same but doesn't act the same. You know that's not the person you lost. It's creepy. It's horrifying. But it was the best the moon presence could do. It's more than I think Miyazaki's horny. The doll doesn't have bare feet. Silly. Anyway, it's just a different thing and like it's largely misunderstood, but yeah. I'm not saying that Garamond's love for Maria was not romantic. It might have been, but I really just think that he went mad when he lost her, however you read it. But it doesn't mean it's horny. They grant people wishes, but usually in a horrific, terribly misfortunate way. Yeah. Garamond wants Lawrence to save him, but we know Lawrence isn't coming to save him. Lawrence lost his way a long time ago. It's really intriguing. Line I'm thinking of, it happens when you're at the kiln. Go back before actually burning it. He says something different. Neat. Okay, let's go talk to him after. Horny interpretation is funnier. Honestly, horny can be funny, but it's not always funny. You know? Sympathetic in spirit, but not in practice? Yeah. Doll could be there to torture Garamond. Nah, Garamond's torture comes from Kos, and in the form of becoming the orphan. However, you can read that Maria is being tortured by being the doll, for sure. Oh, I missed the dialogue. Where is it? Lift the medallion. Where's lift the medallion? Oh, it's here. Okay. He's the Orphan of Kos? Yep. For more information on this, please watch my Bloodborne Loreathon to come at a later date. Interesting about the roll medallion, just like the grace in this area, the light that shines with it is red. It's all red stuff. This is ancient territory. The Dectus is amber, like literally like yellow amber. Haligtree secret medallion is green, but this is red. So who are these statues? It's kind of interesting how they look kind of similar to the ones in the Palace of Ul, but maybe they did a little bit more beardscaping. I will say that spears are often used as protective and like guardian weapons. A lot of guards wield spears. They're used to block. Like they're really intriguing that we see so many spear weapons. And then we got that figure up there also wielding a spear covered in vines. We got the tree sentinel looking dudes up there. But yeah, these dudes are bearded. Honestly, they look rather kingly, and they also hold a basin. Not really sure who they are. Like honestly, there's a lot of like old dudes wearing robes and having beards. There's actually not too many. These ones are different than the tree sentinels. I will say this kind of looks like the perfumer stuff, doesn't it? Do I have the perfumer set? Also, I feel like there was something I was supposed to go get and then I forgot and I didn't go get it. Oh, the round table. We want to go to the round table. Not quite Omen Killer, but reminiscent. I don't think I have the perfumer robe though. Babylonian Akkadian masks. Yeah, they definitely look from a different era. We have basin in one hand, spear in the other. They're the ones who allow you entrance too. Gehrman is Orphan of Kos. I'm gonna be honest, I just want to delve into the stuff that's relevant for Elden Ring. I don't want to get too deep into Bloodborne lore because we're gonna be doing a whole Bloodborne Loreathon. And I'd like to have, for the people who haven't played Bloodborne, I'd like to have like the images present and be able to talk about it blatantly there. Like I don't want to get too into Bloodborne today because I plan to play it. And most people are like, I'm here for Elden Ring. What the fuck are you talking about? You know? Map. Mountaintop of the Giants West. Marching ground during the war against the Giants, they carved winding paths in the cliff walls right up to the summit, leading to the untrodden snow-laden region beyond. Sorry? No, don't be sorry. Like, I really just... Chat's talking about it. No, by all means, chat. Talk about whatever you want. Like, I'm not trying to be like, you don't talk about... Like, it's just... I would love to talk, trust me, I would love to talk about it, but then it'll just become Bloodborne, and then when we play the game, you know? It's relevant to the Hugh topic, which is why I brought it up. It's a great parallel, and one I've made before. It's, like I said, it's one of my favorite pet theories. I think it's so intriguing. Yeah, we're gonna do all the games. That's what the goal of the Loreathon is just Elden Ring is of course quite immense. So here there are spirit birds and spirit deer all over the place. There are also spirit trees. I'm pretty sure all of them are pines. The only other place we hear deer like this though, I think, is underground. And then we have the Zamor ruins. The Zamor possibly lived all over the place here, but this is the only place directly linked to them. Also, wait, wasn't Shiburi there? Hang on. There you are, my boy. Hello, sir.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, the would-be lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate, for he is dead. As for his flesh,
He gave it to me.
A moment where I was like, oh my god, he's not dead.
Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that.
Gonna be a Bloodborne Loreathon? Yeah, that's the goal. All the games. Next is gonna be Dark Souls 1 though, just because Dark Souls 1 is so good. The lore is so good, and I'd like to get the trilogy and then Bloodborne. Like, am I gonna have time for all of this Loreathon? Nah, maybe. We'll continue when we can, but like I intend to do this. Also, maybe a Rune level 1 run after Rune, because I don't know. I've been really thinking about a Rune level 1 run. It could be fun. I really like that. Springhair spirit you can find in Zamor that will lead you to the ice spell in the ruins. What? Huh. Any thoughts on the Zamor? Oh, it scrolled. On the Zamor being servants of the ice dragons who the fire giants drove off the mountain. I don't know if they're... I think they're allied. Maybe servants. It's totally possible. The thing is that the ice dragons got pushed out by the fire giants. The Zamor hate the fire giants. Also, it's kind of just as simple as... these guys like ice and these guys like fire, and both of them exist on this mountaintop. It's, of course, the snowiest place. It's cold here all the time. It's very high above, so the atmosphere is very thin. This is a place of cold and ice, but it also is the place where fire giants live. It's like finding a fire-type Pokemon in a tundra. You're like, what are you doing here? But this is where they kept their flame. So I don't know, like, what started their hatred, but it appears to be one of those, like, truly fundamental differences. Shabriri is the outer god himself. I think Shabriri is like Gowri, personally. Like he's like a speaker for the outer god who had an encounter with it somehow. The thing is, of the figures, Gowri encountered the rot god potentially. He seems to have more power than other rot-based figures and other rot cultists, so he's really special to discuss for sure. He's able to sort of ride the pests and use them to like communicate with you. Shabriri also appears to have manipulated the situation to get the nomads imprisoned for blasphemy so that they would summon the frenzied flame in their dismay. So what's interesting is that they aren't demigods as far as we can tell, but we know also there were demigods who had encounters with outer gods. That would be Mohg and Morgott. So Mohg was probably because he himself, as a member of the Golden Lineage and a demigod, is more powerful. He was able to start his dynasty and engage with the Formless Mother directly. But it also suggests that maybe she was already around to be encountered. Do you know what I mean? There's something going on there for sure. Excited for Sekiro lore through? Me too! I'm gonna have to do some research for that one, that's for sure. But yeah, Shabriri knew about the frenzy flame and he manipulated a situation for it to be summoned. It's interesting.
You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon?
Gowri was a pest. The thing is, he says there are many more where they came from. He also calls the pests like clumsy or something. Like, he's very derisive of them, so I don't think he is one himself. He described himself as a sage. He teaches you night sorceries of Celia, so I think he had a religious epiphany when he saw the Scarlet Rot and started worshipping it. Melania's rot status definitely had a lot of cults following her because they worship the rot. Imagine how bitter you would be if they were worshipping like the thing that causes you such immense pain that you didn't choose.
Chosen, tarnished, and would-be lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve, and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Chosen, tarnished, and would-be lord, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erd Tree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world.
Shaburu's great because he has this sort of, he speaks like he's half asleep. Ah, it seems you knew this vessel before I was inhabiting it. Oh, that is a pity, for he is dead. And the only time that he seems to show any true emotion is, of course, in those final manic, frenzied, arguably, lines. Amazing work. Says anything different if you're already burned when you speak to him? I might be remembering wrong, but I think he simply has his drops. I think he's already dead. His purpose was to tell you to go do that. So if you've already done it, I think he's just gone. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't think I've done that particular route. Talk to Melina. I love doing this right around Shaburi too.
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that. All I ask of you is to make the journey to the snowy mountaintops of the giants, far above the clouds. I know I'm asking you to commit a cardinal sin, but it must be done to reach the path beyond. And that is the path I wish to travel. What is your mind? There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
One of my favorite Melina lines. So I missed this in my first playthrough, of course, because I took the Frenzy Flame route and I missed out on this dialogue. I didn't end with the Frenzy Flame ending, but I missed out on this. Melina gets very, very intriguing at this point. I love her fresh resolve. It's evident at the Erd Tree as well, but this is like, she's no longer questioning, she's no longer confused. It's as if she's been reunited with her memories. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I love
Who is
her insight.
Us, and why are they taking the world? Wrath loathing.
I get it. Thanks for that, Bits full fight. Shabir's already talks about Shabir's actions before he turned to Frenzy. He was punished for slander and had his eyes gouged out, so he's definitely a normal person. Later turned to Frenzy Flame. I don't think that getting eyes gouged out and stuff is like and being in trouble for slander. He's also called, what is it, the most hated person on the planet or something. And I mean, Dung Eater exists, dog. It's not this that says he's the most hated man of all time, but there is a lore description that literally says he's like the most hateable dingus. So like, Shabriri was weird from the get-go. Anyone who would do this, but he's clearly been transformed. Now he's sort of like a disembodied spirit that possesses corpses, for lack of a better term.
Chosen, tarnished, and would-be lord, descend into the depths.
All right, so we're gonna do this. I got there, but as you might remember, Morgoth's seal was on the path to the Frenzied Flame, which is now gone. So, wait, don't I have the... Huh, I guess I don't. Datakar Woe? No, Datakar Woe is different, but it is interesting because the Datakar Woe got flayed, but, you know, it looks very similar too. Everything is coming clear to her. Yeah, she now knows what she wants, and she's made her own choices, and I really appreciate that about her. Shabir's Howl, that's what it is. Maybe, do I have that? I don't remember where you get all the frenzied incantations. In fact, I think you might get them down here. I don't have very much frenzy stuff yet. I only have this. Alright, so I've already done all this, opened up the path, but you remember it was blocked off. So we're going to go down here. I would also like to do Hayata's questline, but we're not going to actually... Oh, shit, hang on. I forgot. Hang on, let me double check this. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, that's why I got confused. Save Raya this playthrough? Probably. Okay, so not here. You can only talk to her here. Just checking. Make it down within X tries. I think X tries is a fair way to do it. Yeah, we should do that.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone. I shall see to the kindling.
Oh,
It
this
is
is
a
it.
purpose which I choose to fulfill. So please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
We'll try one more thing. Oop. No, that's it. That's all our dialogue. Okay. Going for Frenzy Flame again? We are going for it. We're not going to go for the ending. It's just lore. We're not going to take it. Is that tongue clicking? He goes like... That's really weird. Could it be for... Could it be he's blind? Because his eyes have been burned? And he's using that as echolocation? With his staff? Alright, so I didn't find this on my first playthrough. I forgot about this one, but we get the nomadic merchant set here. You need them to break the those tents. This one's hard to see too, so that's why I didn't find it. But let's read the lore. As if you didn't need more hints as to who exactly was locked down here. Nomadic Merchant's Chapeau. Chapeau of the nomadic merchants, decorated with tiny gems in a wide spectrum of colors. These merchants once thrived as the Great Caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then they chanted a curse of despair and summoned the flame of frenzy. The situation was manipulated, basically. Probably by Shibiri. Especially since Shibiri was accused of slander. Like slandering the caravan, potentially. Yeah, so the subterranean shunning grounds, the place where the Omen were thrust, imprisoned, it's called the shunning grounds because that's where they shun people, and these people were locked even further underground. Like, they're buried underneath the sewer that was already used to imprison people. This is like super prison. Is it stated who buried them? Probably the ruling power at the time, which was potentially like the Two Fingers and Marika and the Erd Tree and them. But I don't know. Timeline's a little... Accuse merchants of spreading madness? No, I still think they spread the madness. It wasn't their fault, but they probably still spread it. They're infected by it. The thing that's interesting about the merchants, though, is they don't spread it as far as we can tell, and they seem fairly sane, but it's a little questionable. The only one we really encounter that seems to be mostly sane is Kale, but there's a chance that they still spread it, right? It's called the shunning grounds because that's where they shun people? I know, based, powerful. For real, though, you could forget. Subterranean shunning grounds. A lot of words, rapid fire. It's their fault it came in the first place. Yeah, like they should be blamed for it, but it's like circumstances against their control. Like it's heartbreaking. It's really sad. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that, like, they deserved it by any means, but the fact is they do spread frenzy. Also, you know, they kind of are locked down here. Like, I don't think they chose to live down here. So, my interpretation... Like, I didn't get that lore, for sure. My interpretation remains. Sorry, what did I just pick up? Oh, man. Was it the note? Oh, dear. I have to pay attention. Sorry, I'm in the middle of my thoughts. I forget. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, I'm dead. Play Witcher 3? Yeah, I love it. Eye of Yellow. Okay, so that's nothing. But it's still good to get. It's an introduction to the mechanic. Three Finger first or merchants manifest into being here? I don't know. Yeah, they spam. These gamers spam. All right, I don't know if Ahmad wants to do a prediction. Please feel free. I don't want to use my hands right now, except for gaming. Let's start descending. I don't really need my runes either. I don't really care for them. We can get more. Which supports the disease spread idea. Yeah, the thing is, it's a disease that can spread with images. It's really interesting. But no, like, I'm not saying they're consciously doing it. It's just when you are sick, you spread disease. It doesn't mean that you want to be a disease carrier. Do you know what I mean? Like, how many people spread illness for fun? Very few, fortunately. You will defeat gravity? I am not great at this jump puzzle. It's a little odd. Like, it's a little lit, so... Also, I think the song this one plays is different, but it's the same instrument that the nomads use, so it's intriguing. Frenzy Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by those afflicted by the madness of the flame of frenzy. Contains techniques discovered in desperation. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following Frenzy Flame Stone. FromSoft does not good as platforming. They're not great at it, necessarily. It's beautiful. The echoing effect is great. Oh! Good start, good start. Foggy.
There was an odd zombie-type movie called Pontypool that had the same idea. Language was the transmission vector for an illness. You got sick by talking to people. It wasn't airborne, it was a sickness of ideas.
That's really intriguing, actually. I didn't know about that, Joe Mama. Yeah, that concept is 100% what we have. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. But yeah, it's basically an infection that can be spread with the frenzied, the shield, the fingerprint shield is in fact a vector of transmission. It looks to be potentially how it initially infected people. Beyond the nomads, it was the fingerprint shield. Wee. Oh my lord, no! What? But I made it and I slipped! Son of a beach ball! Does that mean you will fall or not fall? Will I gravity? Yes means I will die. No meant I won't die. Whee! I don't remember how I normally do this. I just kind of like YOLO it, so... Whee! Additionally, we, by the way. And then you won't even guess it, but we. Oh boy, we're gaming now. Wait, where's the platform I need to land on? Ah, shit, I think I missed it. Oh man, I think it's up there. There's like a platform that leads to like some more stuff. Oh well. Oh, no, it's there. How the fuck do I get there though? Whee! Faith. Gaming. Use a needle to remove the flame. Did she forgive you? God, no. The thing about Mikola, he doesn't cure people. He prevents it from spreading. So it actually is really interesting. It makes sense that if you halt the frenzy, Melina still doesn't accept you because you still got the frenzy flame in you. You just aren't afflicted. Fine, I mean to backstab him. Actually, it's fine. We have no weapon. Okay, bye. Come. Where's my magma blade? Come. Sir? Oh, shit. I think I broke him. Sir? Oh, shit. Well. But I need you to come. Don't tell me I broke his AI when I need him. Kick him? How do I kick again? I don't remember. Let's just do it safely. I'm scared I'll kill him. Where's kick? Wait, unarmed. Is it push back? Hang on. Which one is kick? Bare hand L2? Hang on. Is that... like... bare hand? But I just... You know what? No. Just let me do it the Raph way. He's pissed! No, he's broken. I think the backstab actually broke his AI. Bare hand? The hand was bare! Okay. Also, Kick is not doing anything different than like what I was doing, so I'm gonna keep doing it the Raph way because it turns out I'm a freaking genius, okay? Yeah, I broke his AI. Quit out? Oh, actually smart. Yes, insightful. That's a good solution. Thank you. He came off the ledge. Yeah, but I need him. Is broken by default? Try other mob? So he's just broken? FromSoft designed this? Listen, I know there's another mob, but I want to use this one. Sir? Oh my god, I almost walked off. Sir? Dude, he is broken. Sick, we can take a good look at the model. So, you know, I mean, at least his teeth are, a few of them are quite white. Okay, bye. Let's get the other one. Hello, I need you to break, This is the fingerprint shield. Sir? People run! Oh boy. They can spam. They are very effective at the Flame of Frenzy, so I must be cautious here, because I don't want them to take me out. Oh boy. Whew. Okay. I think that's all the items there. So let's read what we got. So we got Inescapable Frenzy. Incantation originating from the maddening 3 fingers. So this is partially a like transmission. The way this skill works is you grab someone of human size and you basically like shoot laser beams directly into their eyes, thus infecting them with frenzy. Causes the yellow flame of frenzy to blaze into the caster's eyes. The caster then latches onto foes, spreading the madness. This incantation also causes buildup of madness in the caster and is only effective against tarnished. To gaze into one another's eyes is truly the most intimate form of human contact, and you get real close. It is very intimate. I do have the faith. I might use it just to show off how it looks, because it is usable on Gideon as a tarnished and human-sized enemy. Yep. Then we got the Fingerprint Shield. Great Shield, I believe. Fingerprint Stone Shield. But it is a Great Shield, yeah. A great stone shield with an intricately carved fingerprint design, one of the heaviest of all great shields, part of the tomb of an ancient god. The readerless fingers relayed their message through these imprints, said to be the very seeds from which frenzy first sprouted. So, as discussed, the 3 fingers don't have a reader, so they couldn't spread their teachings because no one spoke their language. So they imprinted, likely with their burning fingers that they imprint upon us and on Vike, their message onto the stone tablet, and looking at this tablet can apparently infect you with frenzy. It's why the shield bash, you know, hits you and causes madness buildup. This thing was disgusting until Kick got buffed, and it's just still a vile weapon. You hate to see it. Why not mouse so we could kiss each other? Because apparently eyeball contact is more intimate, bro. I just said that. Yeah, Kick got buffed so it breaks poise of like any shield, thank goodness. But yeah, so this is actually why I have that whole theory about how Irina potentially infected her father with frenzy with her note. But that's like a fun theory. The thing is, he becomes Edgar the Revenger whether you give him the note or not. So, you know, it doesn't quite fit, but still, I like that theory. So we got this, then we got the note. Now this is the important one. Mikkela's Needle. Note written by a nomadic merchant succinctly detailing knowledge acquired. The Empyrean Mikkela crafted a needle to resist the influence of outer gods. Those who have inherited the flame of frenzy, yet wish not to become its lord, would do well to seek Mikkela's Needle. And this gives you the hint to look out for that. You get it from Melania after completing Millicent's questline. I think it's required to complete Millicent's questline for that. But yeah, that should be it. We actually only died to gravity once, and I wasn't even trying the thing, so dang, I should have done a Gamba. We are here! Wait, you're here? Did I do your questline already? Oh my god, I did not realize I gave her everything already. Hi!
So you're here as well, are you? I realized as we've talked, I'll be a maiden, and you... Surely.
How did she get here? I guided her. I just forgot I did that already.
After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the three fingers will welcome you. May the flame of chaos find purchase within you.
You're a bad influence, Missy. But it was sealed? Oh, you mean like how? Don't question such things when we're dealing with people who eat eyeball grapes and get visions. So yeah, hang on. What is the thingy? Part of the tomb of an ancient god. I don't think that it's the three fingers desecrating anything. I think it might be the frenzied flame, because the frenzied flame, it is an outer god, so potentially it was, you know, it was entombed and then it came back. It got summoned again. So we're not going to do that, obviously. Actually, straight up a Dark Souls 1 reference, to be honest. But a fantastic shortcut to get the deeper depths as well. Flameless chest? Not really. Talk to Melina. And this, okay, so before I just want to address this. At first, she tells you, please don't go to the Flame of Frenzy. Please cease this path. It is not a good thing. This dialogue has some of the most emotional you hear out of her voice. It's stunning. Ash Lake? Great Hollow first, but Ash Lake, absolutely, yep. Yo, I'm so glad you've enjoyed it, Seven Hearts. That means a lot to me. Genuinely, it's been really great. Her voice cracks up here. It's phenomenal. Yeah, some amazing voice acting going to be on display in a second. So, love it. I hate scaring her, but...
I ask you one more time. Please.
Yo,
Seek
Seven.
not the frenzied flame. As one who strives to become a lord, deny not the lives, the new births of this world. Those who would are not fit to be called lord, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
She is anxious. She is desperate, for that matter. Sorry, thank you so much for the follows. And Seven Hearts, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Genuinely, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the new butterflies in chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, as discussed, this dialogue is great, and she really captures the desperation of somebody who is a spirit. She can't do anything to stop you. Saddened, but to me, she sounds anxious. She is scared of the frenzied flame more than anything else. She's terrified of it because, yeah, presiding over a lifeless world, it is scary. What you plan to do if you take this path, and it is the type of thing that is meant to absolutely sink in. What you were doing is a terrible thing. Also, frankly, the other side of it is if you listen to Shabriri, you take away Melina's agency. She says, when you arrive at the Zamora ruins, her dialogue says that this is her choice and she will not let anyone speak ill of it, not even us. When you choose the frenzy flame, you betray her on multiple levels because you say, even if you say, I did it for you, did you? Because you listened to her words and she told you, I don't want you to do this. If you do it anyway, you are dismissing her and removing her agency and taking her choice away from her. And that's part of the reason. I think I liked it on Twitter, but there was this gorgeous art that someone did of Melina stabbing the Tarnished, and the Tarnished says, I did it for you. And I loved it. It was so evocative, but like it captures it so perfectly. It's such a great art. It's probably somewhere in my Twitter links, but I don't remember. Sorry, I don't remember who drew it. But either way, really cool stuff. And she's desperate because she can't physically stop you. What's really interesting is once you release the frenzy flame and her sealed eye opens and her hair color changes, she seems able to chase you down. Something has changed upon that occurring in the ending, but only if you don't allow her to burn. It's really, really interesting. I love this dialogue. She'll say a little bit more, so we're gonna, click the button, but I love this.
Please, put a stop to this madness. The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
I think she knows more about the frenzy flame than others do. Like, there's something, I don't think it's a coincidence that there's a lot of things that she could be sealed by, so to speak. It looks like a draconic claw over her eye, but it also has 3 talons. It could be a link to the 3 fingers, as if it's one of those, like, if the frenzied flame touches her, she will reveal her true power, and then, she's like, destined death will find you type thing. It's like she's like a failsafe or something. It's really interesting. It's very mysterious. Always hold her arm like that. I was actually wondering the same thing, Zeph. I think this might have happened when you reunite with her. Because I remember her keeping her arms on her lap folded, not this sort of vulnerable grab like this, but I could be misremembering. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Even when you try to pay attention to everything, things are always gonna slip by. That's for sure. That's what's so great about this game. Is it on Discord? Thanks, Free. Yeah. In Elden Ring or art? In the art channel, probably. Where are you gonna post it? Because I want to see it. Oh, it's in lore discussion. Thank you for posting the credit as well. Yeah. It's in the lore discussion channel on the Discord if you want to see. I saved you. I saved you is what it says. I love that art, because it captures it so well. But also, like, once again, if you listen to Shabriri, if you're doing one of those, like, I wanted to spare Melina so I didn't burn her, you're not doing what she chose. You're taking her choice away. And that's why she's so angry if you accept the frenzied flame, because we are no longer fit. If you accept the frenzied flame, this heartbroken, desperate voice switches to one of resolve and anger. She says you are no longer fit. And she abandons you, and you'll never see her again. Final winning from Torrent as the ring disintegrates is just brutal. Yeah, and you betrayed Torrent too! Clear sign that the frenzy flame goes far beyond the conflict between other factions. Not even the Goddess of Rot brings the objective end that the 3 fingers provide, in my opinion. Yeah, no, Goddess of Rot is an interesting one. But I think there's still like a tiny glimmer of hope in the frenzied flame, like, because if you make everything one again, presumably it will eventually spread into multiple lives. Like, that is the one glimmer, but it's the idea that you have to destroy everything that exists. It's horrific. It's unthinkable. Like, every vestige of life everywhere gone is devastating. There is absolutely no justification for it, if you ask me. Whew. George R. R. Martin might ignore Miyazaki and publish Elden Ring lore book. My brother, he does not know the Elden Ring lore. Miyazaki's the one who made Elden Ring. He's not well, if he wrote an Elden Ring book, it would probably refer to things that didn't make it into the game. Also, he also does need to finish like Song of Ice and Fire first. But no, like it's not gonna he's not gonna do it. Absolutely not. Remember when he said, "Oh yeah, there's this fantastic game, The Elden Ring. It's the sequel to Dark Souls." The man doesn't know what he's talking about. I love him. I do. I don't like his work, but I love him. Doesn't mean he knows what the hell's going on in this lore. Frenzied Flame is like a counterpart to the Crucible in that way. Yeah, but I think it's really the Crucible. Things return to the Crucible in an ideal world but there's still always life. It's like making the Crucible again, but no one wants it. Don't like Song of Ice and Fire. I don't like, I just don't like his prose. It's just, I don't really care for reading his work, but it's okay. Can't be mad if she's dead. I mean, it's, yeah, people are so upset. They want to do the Frenzied Flame, but they don't want waifu to yell at them, so they let Melina die first. It's hilarious. 3-digit is a bad omen. It's actually also interesting that 4 is a good omen in this world because in Japan, China as well, I'm not sure about Korea, but the number 4 in Japanese, the word 4 also means death. So 4 is associated with death and is an unlucky number. Name most of the characters? Yeah, but the thing is, if you have 5 characters doing a story, you named most of the characters, but I don't think he named a lot of the characters that we're familiar with. Like most of them, because they were a Miyazaki thing. Like the OG characters, yes, probably all the ones with GRM names. But I don't think he's, I just really don't think he should get as much credit as he does. I think he gets more than he gets credited with more things. It reminds me of like, so the Pokemon soundtrack I mentioned earlier, Toby Fox, the creator and composer for Undertale, did a handful of songs. If you look at like forums, before he confirmed which songs he did, every single song was credited. People are like, oh my god, it must be Toby. It's like the best song on the soundtrack. It's 100% Toby. Dude, Toby did this song. Toby did that song. 100% Toby, dude. He did like 3 songs. They were phenomenal songs, but he did like 3, but he got credited with everything because people loved him, so they wanted to give him credit for everything. And I kind of feel like that's what's going on with Martin too, to be honest. Kojima stuff too, I can see it. I'm not as familiar with Kojima. Like, I'm not trying to take away his credit. It's just, the man has not created a book since Dark Souls 1 came out. And people are like, oh, no happy endings in this game. That's Martin. Have you played Dark Souls, mister? Have you? Dung Eater, for example, 100% Miyazaki? 100%. Most of the Tarnish, I think, are. I even think Horaloo might be. Maybe not the concept of Godfrey, but that idea. Not to mention, Miyazaki played with the ideas. He said, pretty much, and I quote, that Miyazaki thinks Martin would be surprised with the game because they changed so much. Kojima needs a movie? Oh, man. He's working with Jordan Peele for that one, and I'm excited for that because I'm a big fan of Jordan Peele. Why they even included him in the dev cycle? Because he's very popular, and it brought a lot of new fans into the series. It was a great idea. Really great idea. Because instead of people being like, ah, that's just like that Dark Souls series that I don't know anything about, they were like, oh my god, dude, I love Game of Thrones. Genius. Haven't been in much contact since the release of the game. They haven't spoken since. Like, seriously. Not mention the DLC trailer? Apparently the idea, what Miyazaki said in an interview was that they had many ideas from Martin that they did not use. So that could be something that's related to DLC. But it's also one of those, like, definitely they gave a lot of credit to him. And I know it's a good idea, but it is a little interesting because I really, like, I see more from, like, this game feels so FromSoft that it's insane to me. You know? other works in Elden Ring. Yeah, but Miyazaki is a fan of Martin. So it's like, okay, it's like people saying this game is just Berserk. That is such a narrow view. Like, yes, there are things from Berserk, but people often use it as a way to shut down discussion. They'll be like, oh yeah, that's just from Berserk. He just took that from Berserk. Miyazaki and his team are phenomenal storytellers, and they take what they view and experience and translate it and filter it into this world that they create themselves. It's homage, it's really interesting, but they make it their own. It's truly their own. So when people just go, oh, that's just Martin. Oh, that's just Berserk. Oh, it's literally this. It's just a Philistine-ass opinion. Big sword is from Berserk? It is! It's definitely, Miyazaki likes big swords. He gets that neuron activation. Underplaying how much he's involved in creating lore? Because the man hasn't written shit in years. So I can't imagine how much he actually put down on fucking paper for a video game that he's not really gonna be a part of. Like, seriously, the man's work ethic is non-existent. And I'm not hating. You live your life, my brother. But it's really funny to me when people go, oh, bro, he owes us the next Song of Ice and Fire book. And I'm like, the man does not owe you anything. He hasn't written something since 2011. Okay, there was that prequel book. He wrote the prequel book. But he hasn't written anything since that. I can't imagine how much he actually put down on paper. It's hilarious. People are as good in the future and being creative? Oh yeah. He's genuinely so good. Will not finish the series out of sheer desire of doing nothing because I'm rich? Yeah. Also, I feel like a lot of people who go, oh, that's just Berserk, like, everything is something else. It's just how creativity works. New IP instead of Elden Ring 2? Do I have news for you? That's very likely. Everything but the one book he doesn't want to work on? If he's created a lot, that is great. Two big names both love killing characters and shit endings? Yeah, that's about right. Anyway, I'll be right back. And then we shall continue. All right, hello. Thanks for waiting, everybody. I had to pet my cat. It was immediately urgent and important. He's so cute. He came up to me doing his little mew, and it's like, you know when cat they have like different mews. He did like a please, it's time for attention. And he had a weird fluff hanging from his face. I think his fur, he was messing with something dusty, and he had like a fluff sticking, and I was like, buddy. So I had to rescue him from himself. Did hire more employees. I believe Miyazaki commented on the state of the game industry, and he basically said like something along the lines of just like retaining people. He credits it with FromSoft being able to retain their people. Implication being that they actually pay them well. I don't know. Listen, I'm not sure. I'm not saying they don't do crunch. I'm not saying they're like completely non-toxic, but I do remember, I think in 2022 or 2023, there was big news about FromSoft giving their devs raises. I remember it being like a big deal, but I don't remember. Comfortable giving DD2 a rating out of 10 at this point? I don't really like ratings out of 10 personally, but like I'm way too early. Not yet. I'm gonna continue. Sorry about the game industry, but I'm built different pretty much, yeah. There's no A or B team? Yeah, the A or B team dialogue I feel is a really dismissive way. I'm not saying you, but a lot of people use A team and B team to sort of disparage games that they don't like. Ahem, Dark Souls 2. There's a whole lot of the reason it's bad was because the B team was working on it. But if you ask them, because pretty much FromSoft is always working on 2 games at once, always. Which is the B game between Sekiro and Elden Ring? They suddenly don't have an answer for you. Do you know what I mean? Like it's literally used only to disparage games that people don't like. It's just like a whole thing. A and B teams BS? Exactly, yeah. Yeah. But either way, generally it's like From is hiring right now? Hire me. No, just kidding. So no, I don't know, either way they just do a good job. Like their games are good, they seem to care about their people. Like obviously it's not black and white, right? It's not like good studio, bad studio, but FromSoft seems to be doing a good job, and their game's quality I think speaks for itself. Armored Core is an amazing game too, their most recent. I'm looking forward to their next one, but I'm also really looking for DLC. I just love FromSoft. I'm the person who plays whatever they put out. Everything they put out is going to be extraordinary. It's going to be great. Like so far they haven't let us down, and I'm willing to give them faith because of that. So, all right. Even beefier than before? Love the word beefy. I actually hate it because it's like, ugh. But also I love it, you know? Keep employees is better than laying off. If you were to VA a FromSoft character, what kind of character would you want to be? I mean, honestly, I'd want one that has like a really cool... I would love to do an insane, like a character with like a Hyetta-like questline, because like I love insanity. I think that could be really fun. I find like extreme passion or like craziness is fun to like VA. Honestly, as long as they aren't like Dialos. I think it'd be cool. I like Dialos, I really do. I don't want to voice act them though. Or like Rusty. I want to be like a Rusty character. Like a cute character? I don't even care if they're cute. I'd prefer like badass. Raph say, find the Albinaric woman.
Find the Albinaric woman.
That's my impression of Gideon. Do you like it? What do you mean rejected? He's a nerd and I sounded like a nerd. Cute character? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, Melina and my girl are pretty cute. Do you have any more dialogue?
Please.
Nope.
Put a stop to this madness. The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all when the land they preside over is lifeless.
I also think I could do a good himbo, but like I guess not a himbo, but you know, whatever. Yeah, we're not gonna do this questline. Bye bye. Sound too cool for how much of a bozo he is? I hate how cool he is, because he is cool. He is cool. You can't take that away from him. One other thing I want to do, finish up at the Round Table Hold. I didn't go to the upstairs of the Round Table Hold while we were there in Lanedale. And then I think we're good to progress into some more ruins. found this character creation? I took sliders from the internet. I normally just look up, like, internet sliders because I don't really like character creation, man. I get too tilted, so I just steal good sliders from the internet. This one was, I don't remember who did it, but I think their name was Japanese, that's why. But it was like Female Prisoner, I think was the title. So if you look that up, you can find it. The idea of a Sekiro-like game about Melina hunting us is a sequel great? Nah, I don't want a sequel. Also, a sequel like that would mean that the Frenzied Flame is ending is canon, which they wouldn't do because that'd be a confirmation. Do I like the idea of playing a character like Melina in an unaffiliated new IP? Oh yeah, dude. I want a Sekiro game, but instead we play as Tomoe, dog. Or even Melina using a dagger. Like, that'd be sick. I would love that. Okay, so as discussed, we are now in the round table. Hold. Right here, where Hugh hangs out, we have the Sanctified Wet Blade. Where is it? Sanctified Wet Blade with a cipher engraved can be used as a whetstone knife. When applying an affinity using physical or golden type Ashes of War, an additional affinity of Sacred or Lightning can be chosen. Sacred or Lightning, it's interesting because one is dragon cult, and one is, of course, like Holy, the Erdtree, the Golden Order, right? Both of them were accepted, so they are in the Sanctified Wet Blade. It looks like Hugh was potentially the Royal Blacksmith. Or at least the one for the Tarnished, considering where he's placed. And then we get the hammer. Hugh's hammer. Like, clearly. Only I can remember where the freaking hammers were. Prequel when? I wouldn't necessarily mind a prequel, but like, I don't like the idea of things needing to be confirmed. Like, I know people love sequels because it's an established universe that you already love, so it's easier to know that you will love it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know why it's a very common thing, but before you had played Elden Ring, you were excited about the world Elden Ring was creating for you. Just channel that again for a new game, you know? Sekiro-like game, but it's set in Poland? Oh, I'd love that. Hammer comprised of a large stone affixed to a metal handle, originally a blacksmith's tool. The art of smithing is said to have originated among the giants. This weapon's striking attacks boast ample weight behind them. This is what Hugh uses to smith. It's basically a stone on metal. Like, it's very simple. But he uses it to create a weapon strong enough to slay a god. Also interesting that Marika also wields a hammer, presumably for creation. She apparently was able... She had the blacksmith's knowledge. So it's pretty interesting. Oh my god. I didn't think the dog could come here, actually. Without making one of the endings canon? The thing is, it's totally possible to do it without making the endings canon, the same way that Dark Souls does. Technically, both endings are canon. All endings are canon. So... most anticipated game for 2 years running. That's because of FromSoft's history, but I'm trying to talk to the people who maybe have already only played Elden Ring and find it difficult to be as excited for a game that isn't Elden Ring. But absolutely, great point. Also, a rune arc in the center of the table. Everything's otherwise the same except for the darkness. Aspect of blacksmith and Marika that you put aside to help us. I just think that he's like just a guy, you know? Not everything is an aspect of something else. Like Enya, maybe. But the thing about Hugh is I think it cheapens his story if you just sort of say that he's just a part of Marika, because he had faith in her and worships her as a god. He wants to do what he's doing. It's very much like Melina. Although, knowing what we know about Mikola and his ability to compel affection, there is a little bit of an undercurrent there of, do people actually want to do what Marika wants them to do? Or are they doing it because she's compelling them with her ability? Like, there is that undercurrent. But then again, there's that undercurrent with Mikola too. Do people actually love Mikola, or are they forced to? In fact, the only person that Marika couldn't control was likely Radigan because they are the same. Can't control yourself. Right, I'm glad we came back. This is an important item. Another seedbed curse. So we have the one in Volcano Manor. We have the one here. There's 2 in the Halig tree. Hang on. 1. Outside Lane Dell. In Lane Dell. Volcano Manor. 2 in Halig tree. So do we have to give him 6 total? Maybe did I miscount? Marlo's VTuber avatar break again? Marlo? Marlo, did your VTuber avatar break again? Migla's demigod power is forcing love upon some with other knowledge of force. How do you put it? I'm not saying it's his demigod power. Tree branch blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. It's pink, by the way. We haven't seen any pink, have we? The Empyrean Mikola is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. Then again, then also, he shrives clean the hearts of men. There's nothing more terrifying. Moog was compelled to do what he did because of the power. That I don't really buy that, personally. I think it's definitely possible. But it's just like, we don't know what relationship Moog had with Mikola. Probably none, considering Moog was also a gross, stinky omen. I'm not saying literally, but according to... Hee. According to what he would think, according to what Radigan would think, yeah, that's a guy you keep far away from your golden child. Especially since, like I told you, I theorize that Marika was even kept away from Mikola in the worries of tainting him. So to compel affection, you like a bewitching branch, you need to strike them with it. You need to inject them with the needle. Mikola can do that. I don't think he did it to everybody. Puts into question Felini's choice or hers. It sure does. It's exactly what I'm trying to express, is that fear of, you know, we don't know if... The thing is, the reason that it's a little bit easier to guess, though, is oh my god, there's so many M names. Mikola cared about his sister. He even abandoned his faith to try to help her. But is what she doing because she's loyal to him, or is it because he's forcing her to? Personally, I read it as, like, affection, like true sister and brother affection. Mikasa x Eren shenanigans. In what way? Because, like, Eren can control people, right? But, like, not her because she's the special person or whatever. She's an Ackerman. Making someone's character be defined by whether or not they're related to another character makes them less compelling? Sorry, I might have missed something above, but, like, are you referring to, like, the demigods and stuff? Because honestly, I agree. This whole game can basically be narrowed down to fucking family drama. But at the same time, it does a pretty good job at it, don't you think? It's really all about a family. In fact, even the Dark Souls games are a lot about just a family. It's just a smaller family. Elden Ring 2, I'll have in the Elden Ring be something only referenced. I feel like, unfortunately, they learned from Dark Souls 2 to give people what they expect rather than something actually interesting. Dark Souls 3. Sorry. I really do like Dark Souls 3. I think there's some really great points of it, but there's also some points that I find so shockingly disappointing. I don't know why I destroyed that guy. I didn't need to. I just wanted to do it. Alright, let's go. And there's Martin's influence. Dark Souls 1 is literally Gwyn fucked up everything and then his children are trying to get you to re-fuck it up. What are you talking about? He just made a bigger fucking family. The man did not invent family drama. Jerry Springer did that. Also, bro, Sekiro! That's so true. Loved these three when it came out. Now it's my least favorite. That's literally me. Yeah. Like, I'm with you. He does really good with family drama, for sure, for sure. But, like, he didn't invent it. It's like, okay. I like writing. Chad has not read my work before. I haven't shared it. But I used to write a lot. And I've written all different sorts of things. And definitely one of my influences was my love for Bloodborne and sort of the lore-based storytelling of this game. And also Elder Scrolls lore, which I always found very intriguing as well, though I don't know it as well. I don't know it as well as I do this game. If someone read my work and said, oh, this is just Dark Souls, I think I would wring their freaking neck. Not literally. I'm exaggerating, obviously. I would not do anyone any harm, but I would be like, you absolute fucking idiot. Because you can be inspired by things. It would be a dismissal of my creativity, is what it would be. So when people go like, that's just Martin, that's just Berserk, I feel like they're like dismissing Miyazaki and Tanamura and the entire team's creativity. And that's why it does my head in so much. Sekiro is just Jade Empire's story? I mean, it does its own thing. That's like saying that Game of Thrones is just the War of the Roses IRL. Yusu is the best story, some of the most phenomenal NPCs, a heart and emotional storytelling that hasn't been achieved since until Armored Core 6. After that, amazing PvP with actual intent. I love how I'm drinking and then you start striking, but in the meantime, you're just wandering 10,000 kilometers away from me. Get your cheeks over here. I'm about to burn you. I know you hate fire. I fucking hate some more. Media comparisons are very common these days, understandable why. The thing is, you can compare, but too many people go, oh, it's just Berserk. It's like, you absolute nincompoop who has never created anything in your entire life except if it was done by fucking AI for you. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Ugh. And that's just one of them. Thank you for dying. Moog likely needs an Empyrean for the Formless Mother, so he creates her order. Yeah, but the thing is, Moog is kind of like just role-playing. Do you know what I mean? Also, Miquella's blood is special. It literally created the Halig tree. So it makes sense that he would, you know, want Miquella and everything. So I understand why Moog did what he did, for sure. It makes sense. Some more Ice Storm. You know what? I don't want to fight anymore, you. The spring hair yet? I do not know what spring hair you're talking about. I'm gonna be real. Wait, do you mean this one? He really does go down there, huh? Get off the horse. Thank you, video game. Help. Help. Free me. Homage, pastiche, there's so many. Yeah, like, if I talk about how I'm influenced by the media that I've created, doesn't mean that I'm fucking copying it. It's another thing that's lost when we get into discussions of plagiarism. People just go, like, I find that it's always the people who care the least about plagiarism, I'm pretty sure are either just, like, they've never created anything, so they can't understand the concept of, you know, actual creation and the work that is put into it. Or they're just like, well, everything is just, well, this is just copying that, so it's like, you know, it's just like, bleh. Media literacy and critical thinking is uncommon. Absolutely true. It's work. It's work to learn media literacy. It takes effort. You have to understand. You have to read a lot of things. You have to comprehend it. And dare I say, you got to create yourself. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. You don't have to like write a novel before I'm willing to listen to your opinion or anything. But there's something about the effort of creation, of putting something in your mind and making it real in some way, shape, or form. That you know, you learn from it. You really do. Lord of the Rings is just Norse mythology. Tolkien is overrated. I'm smart. Yeah, you know what? It's actually so interesting because he was clearly inspired by Norse mythology, and he was trying to recreate an ethos, not an ethos, like a mythos, right? He was trying to create the mythos that was lost, and very much was inspired by those things. But that doesn't mean that's all it was, right? Ah, it's great. trope knowledge is a curse and a blessing? People just don't know how to use that stuff sometimes. Okay, so I want to talk about these spirit trees, how there's spirits everywhere. I'm not really sure exactly what it means, but it is interesting that they're all pine trees with branches that curve upward. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Very much like the image of the crucible. Oh god. Oops. These ones more point upward, these ones curve upward. Not the same, but it is interesting. This is the only place that we start seeing spirit trees. Unless I'm misremembering something. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is where we first see them. We don't see them otherwise in the base game. Then we start seeing these really interesting trident spears. These are cool. Because, first of all, this kind of looks like bone to me. It always looked like bone to me. Then we have this sort of metal emblem, and then the actual trident part, the pokey part, looks like it's made of thorns. And the thorns are also wrapped around the emblem. It almost looks like the thorns grew later. But we start seeing these things, these impaling spears and thorns out of the ground, but they are made of different parts. Like there's the wooden part here. It almost looks like it's covering something else. We start seeing the signs of the War of the Giants. It's as if these came out of nowhere. Now the trident, of course, looks like Mohg's. Oh god, I think we have to go fight Mohg. I think it's time. I forgot. Never get tired of. Oh man, I love like edgy anti-heroes. I love that trope. I love sibling bonds and sibling relationships. That's why I love Mikla and Melania so much. I love Ed and Al from Fullmetal Alchemist. Like I love that shit. Never get tired of it. Anyway, you distracted me. But no, I think Mesmer did the impaling here, personally. I know it's like, but that doesn't look like his weapon. Yeah, but it's just like, he's Mesmer the Impaler, dog. I really don't think anyone else could have done this shit, to be honest. You don't get the name the Impaler for nothing. I really wonder if the spear wasn't different and then the thorns grew later. Or, you know, as part of it. Because just look at the, like, look how they're wrapped around here. Like, this part doesn't have thorns. That metal part, this part doesn't have thorns. But then on top, these grew. And changed the form of the weapon. Good to keep influences in mind enough so that you don't accidentally copy them directly. Yeah, and it's about how you take something that you love and transform it, you know? LOREATHON talks about Vike. Oh man, there's been a lot of streams. I'm sorry, I don't know. You know what? We did talk a little bit about Vike. It's been all over the place, but we will get into him once we fight him here. So once we get there, we'll do like a full once over of him. I should have talked to him when we went to the Frenzied Flame, but I'd rather get like the full image of him. Both versions of him. It was probably when I did Liurnia though, because we got invaded by him. Shakespeare was the OG of family drama? That's a good point, yeah. Okay, so these guys, they are all looking toward the flame. The flame would be... Well, the flame's actually kind of over there. If I'm looking at the map right. They're looking... So this is the castle. This is where Arganthy hides their secret. This is like where the fire monks hang out. These guys are staring at it. Kind of longing. And across the bridge, generally. Doing the gesture. Hi. Can you do some thorn sorcery for me? Oh, why am I heavy? Oh, right. Probably because of the giant spear. So these are some relation to Deathblight. I think it's more likely to be linked to these guys, the Thorns of the Guilty, because they're all over the place around here. But Deathblight is also depicted as thorns. For example, in Godric's town, Godric's place, the Stormvale Castle, there's thorns all over the place. You don't get Deathblighted there, but it's apparently, the lore suggests it's because of Godwyn's body in the basement, his second body in the basement, causing the decay there. And it's depicted as marred by thorns. So there's different forms of thorns in the game. So I'm with you there. But personally, I think this is more the thorns the guilty. Use the thorn sorcery, you goober. Maybe these ones don't? So they have a crown of thorns. They are the guilty, and their eyes were gouged by the thorns around their head. And they were sort of, as part of their penance for whatever sins they committed, they were made fire monks, or at least they served the fire monks. The fire monks are like a little above them, to keep the flame away, the flame of the fire giants away, and to keep it sequestered in this land. But the thing is that if you gaze upon something for a long time, you become enamored by it. So eventually, they became worshippers of the flame at the same time. Their eyes being gouged. They do drop smoldering butterflies. It's not unusual. Smoldering butterflies are linked to flame, but still. Thank you for the Arteria leaf, which I wonder what exactly it's linked to. I always thought Arteria leaf, blood star, blood rose equals formless mother. No, your drop! Son of a... hopefully it was nothing. Yeah, statistically just a smoldering butterfly. Ah, here we go. I forgot you get this here. That's perfect. Briars of Punishment. Issa Sorcery. And it's in the arcane category. Makes sense. Because it requires faith, but is linked to, like, bleed, right? An aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. Theirs are the sorceries most reviled by the Academy. Wounds the caster with thorns of punishment, sending a trail of blood thorns running over the ground to impale enemies from below. Impale. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There, they discovered the blood star. Moog seems to have discovered the same thing, but he calls it the Formless Mother. I don't know if they're the same thing, because here's the thing. There's lots of different flames in this game. So I don't want to assume that all the blood stuff is linked to one entity, but it's pretty similar considering that Moog was considered a sinner for being an omen. Like, literally, he was being punished and imprisoned for the crime of being born the way he was. And then he found the Formless Mother, probably, potentially after his eye was gouged out by his own horns. Hi, I was trying to look at you. Nice whip, baby. So this is a prelate. They're like the highest ranking of the flames, of the fire monks, I mean. God, that's cool. One eye is taken from horns? But it still evokes the image of the guilty. Impale word is the same as the one used for Mesmer? I don't know Japanese, so I can't. Let their magic be the one that gets heavily expanded upon the DLC. I've talked about it before, but I would not be surprised if Mesmer's secret phase 2 is gonna be like a major element shift. I wouldn't be surprised if his spear grows thorns and he becomes like, his weapon starts looking like all these impaling weapons. Genuinely. That seems to fit with the lore that we've uncovered about him so far. I can't be sure though, but the whole super transforming phase 2s fits pretty well. Also, I just realized you should probably use a different weapon for these gamers. Not the birds, not the birds, not the birds! Ugh! How did you aggro? Get out of here, you crazy. So I got the Fire Prelate armor, which is a sick drop. Black iron armor adorned with a red cloth. Attire of the fire prelates, commanders of the fire monks. That's the word I was looking for, commanders. The weighty frames of the prelates symbolize the onus of their grave vows as guardians of the flame. Etch this sight upon thine breast of my thunderous gravity. Line up with Godfrey and the Tarnished being graceless too. The thing is, if he's graceless, then how come he seems to value grace so much? Well, then again, sort of like Morgoth, it's like, how does an omen love the tree? Yeah, someone asked earlier, I think I did my BRB, so if I think Mesmer is going to be like the Melania of the DLC. I don't know. It's going to depend on one very important thing. Is Mesmer required or not? If he's required, I think he's going to be more like a Maria hiding the truth of the world pretty early in the story. But if he's optional, then I think that he could match that difficulty. But based on the fact that he's been focused on in the marketing, I think he's going to be a required boss. I'm not sure though. Could go either way. Absolutely either way. It doesn't mean he's definitely not going to be the final boss though. That would be stupid. The final boss is going to be something we don't expect. Always. It always has been. FromSoft has never let us down. Mesmer's a two-face fight similar to Melania. He is the Scarlet Rot Knight. I don't think he's Scarlet Rot, but he does have the same stance as the Clean Rot Knights. I know what you're talking about there. Melania was focused on was optional. More bosses in base game versus DLC. For sure. Like, she's sort of the poster child for it. But DLC is very different from base. Yeah, absolutely. There's more content to talk about. Clearly, Scarlet Knight. I just wonder if he didn't inspire their fight style because he's older. Potentially, his siblings learned something from him somehow. I don't necessarily know because we're talking about some of the youngest demigods versus one I believe is one of the oldest. But I don't think he's a Scarlet Rot figure because that would link him with too many things. It would be kind of weird if he's everything. That's exactly what I'm referring to, Nikolai. Exactly that, yeah. The final boss of DLC is always the sort of a surprise that we don't even know about in the lore and tends to completely change everything that we know about the lore. It's pretty notable that they tend to do this. Does it mean that they will continue? Nah, but it's a pretty safe bet. Even Dark Souls 2 DLC, which tends to break a lot of their usual rules and patterns, is basically like, hey, you know how there's like this big king in Monarch? Well, turns out there's a few more. You know? Rod is super weak to fire. It's more just like we have tangential links to him with the Blood Star. We have links to... Maybe he's just like linked to every outer god in the game. Okay, I need you to know something. You know how I swinged and then I got hit and died? That input queued like 15 fucking seconds ago. And it just decided to go off then. My finger wasn't even on the R1 button. Freaking cute inputs. They are not cute. Orphan Acosta is pretty earth-shattering. The entire concept of the fishing hamlet was unprecedented. Yeah. It's just a little funny to me to see people be like, see, we were right. Mikola is going to be the focus of the DLC. And I kind of chuckle to myself like, yeah, and Artorias was the focus of Artorias of the Abyss. Oh, wait. He was important, that's for sure. Oh my god, another one. What is this, freaking DJ Khaled? Optional boss to be that guy we saw yanking a shard out of gold out of his face? I wonder. You know what? Okay, listen. I don't know if it's just me and my Demon Souls brain, but I really wonder if that boss pulling the gold out of his face isn't going to be a PvP fight like the one in DS3 DLC and the one in Demon Souls base. Like, I really hope so. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the thing. Are we assuming he's a boss? There's very few cutscenes in the game. And in DLC, there's even fewer because there's less content. Another trailer? Not that we know of. Talk about being Mikola and Melania's bodyguard? Where do we know that? What? Hashtag news to me? Old Monk, yep. Old Monk is what I'm talking about with the DLC. Not the DLC, the PvP fight. Listen, I don't know where you're getting this from, but like, I second the question marks. I have absolutely no concept of where this is coming from. Nope, that's death. Just making sure. I can never remember where the things are hidden under the elevators or not. Protecting them? What? like, Dragon Communion, I'm with you. Flame, I'm with you. Potentially Shadow, I'm with you. Even Thorn, I'm with you. But, like, what? I read Caelid is Canada in that sentence. You're not sleepy, you're just Elden Ring lore pilled. But yeah, good night, sleep well. Take it easy. Return you to your former glory? What? There's 2 lines of dialogue that he has. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light? And, those something grace of gold shall burn with Mesmer's flame, something along those lines. Nah, dude, you're not thinking of, like, you're misremembering something. For sure. Nah, it's definitely not real. Like, listen, I watched that trailer way too much to be fooled. No, the other dialogue he has is, so that just happened. Here I was eating a dragon heart, and then all of a sudden I ended up in the land of shadow. So that just happened. There is other dialogue, but the Mesmer lines directly that are attributed to him are like that, yeah. Mesmer with Mikola behind him. He's behind me, isn't he? Listen, that game wasn't as bad as people say, by the way. It really wasn't. Forspoken, genuinely not that bad. Like, it actually did what it wanted to do pretty well, I think. Wasn't exactly game of the fucking year or anything, but people were unnecessarily hard on that one. What? Is this another April Fool's Day joke video like that person put out? Are you quoting every single line of dialogue right now?
My favorite part of the DLC trailer is when Mesmer said it's mesmering time and then impaled all over them.
That was also my favorite part of the trailer. Bro, how the fuck are the snakes on Mesmer's body the spirits of Melania and Mikola when Mikola's fucking alive? This is a new one though to me, a little bit. Like, just a little bit of a new one. Like, listen, I'm just running around this dungeon. We have time for, like, crackpot theories this time. I understand that everyone is Mikola, but the snake on Mesmer's body coming out of his nipple is new to me. I might be like, what do you mean out of his nipple? No, really. The snakes are coming out of, at least one of them is coming right out of his chest. He's got a snake nipple, a snipple, as we've taken to calling it within the lore community. And by that, I mean in my community. We call it a snipple here. Thank you for listening. The snakes are a part of him. They aren't just like his pets. They are attached to his skin and body. And also, he's not even the first guy who's got freaking snakes coming out of his body. I'm gonna be real with you. Not even the first guy in FromSoft lore, let me tell you. Coming out of his butt? It's not coming out of his butt, as far as I know. It's behind them. Doesn't mean it's his butt. His mother possibly Melania or Mikola? Unconfirmed too, though. He says mother. His mother is Marika. Listen, I don't mind people theorizing, but if you're gonna say this literally happened in the trailer, I'm afraid you cannot be lying. That's my line. Don't lie. Lore is all made up. All of it. It's all made up. That's what it is. Miyazaki made it up. Martin made it up. We made it up. It's all made up out of nothing. But just don't straight up lie about the stuff in the game. We have confirmation from Miyazaki in an interview that was in JP, which is why not everyone knows about it. So I'm not even saying everyone needs to know this. I'm fine with like being like, hey, actually this is confirmed. Unfortunately, I must switch. It wasn't confirmed. Mesmer is one of Marika's children. We don't know anything else. Just Marika's child. That's it. Don't know about father. Don't know anything else. So Marika banished Godfrey. To be fair, I really don't read it that she wanted to, you know? Like, I think she banished the Tarnished not because she was like, screw you guys. They were her fallback, which is why she trusted Godfrey more than anyone to do it. It's actually really touching. I'm not lost, by the way. You're lost. Oh, shit. I'm lost. Help me. Ooh, boy. I don't know. Interesting. It sure is. Child of Marika in quotations? I'm just assuming that, like, it was a verbal interview, so that might be why. Like, there's still tons of room for interpretation, but, like, don't just be pulling out, like, things that Mesmer didn't fucking say. Oh my god, I forgot about the giant one. Was that pot casting a spell? Nah, just exploding. Those ones explode. The ones with the yellow lid explode.
Ah, snake nipple, or some say snipple. Do you hear our rough snake?
I was absolutely not ready to hear Joanna say snipple. Follow the combo? My brother in Christ, there's so many people in chat. I don't freaking see everything. I can't follow everything. You said he, then you gotta clarify which freaking he. Mesmer's mom is Mikkel or Melania, but that is straight up not true. So it makes me not really willing to trust your very confident assertions. With anything. Yeah, the thing is though, what's really fun, it might be like, oh, it sure is sad that Miyazaki confirmed that Mesmer is the child of Marika. Yeah, but the reason that was confirmed likely. Also, there's other things. For example, the statue behind Mesmer in his appearance is that of a woman holding a baby and smiling. And the statue, the figure, is she's got the same bracelets that Marika always has. So it's pretty interesting. But also, if Miyazaki revealed something, that just means there's way more really interesting hidden stuff, because he wouldn't reveal anything that would ruin the story. He doesn't reveal anything idly. Whoops! Thank you, Jake. Very good quoterino. Stop! Apophis, thanks for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. I don't... Give it a second. I want to see what pops up. It should pop up on the stream, right? The alert should work. Also, I'm not lost. You're lost. It doesn't read it. I don't know why it's not going off. Anyway, the super chat says... There it goes. Never mind. Doesn't read it aloud. You seem very lost? No, that's me deceiving you. I'm not lost at all. In all seriousness though, I think I found my way. Remember when Renala kissed Marika at their wedding and said, what is this? Some kind of Elden Ring? That's true, I do remember that. He also has Melania's eyes. Did you see that? Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. Melania's eyes are covered by her helmet, and when she takes off her helmet, she has no eyes because they got rotted. Trust me, I'd love to gaze into her eyes before I give her a little smooch on the cheek because I love her, but like, she don't be having any eyes. Now we know you be trolling, it's true. AK1, the only 3 good ones in the entire game? What kind of masochist are you? Remember, this is an actual great lesson. Thank you for teaching us this lesson. Remember not to trust everything that you read on the internet, because like there's a lot of trolls out there, gamers. Be careful. I do chalice dungeons for fun. You're sick. What's this catacomb even called again? I forgot. Oh, chompies. So after fighting the 1800 tree spirit, it's pretty interesting that they, I don't know, they kind of do look like the the Elden Beast. I'm not sure, like I really do get the idea that they themselves are natural, but they've been twisted, right? Which is why they have both flesh and wood as part of their bodies. Because tree spirits are like, you know, in Japanese myth, they like rivers and forests and such will have protective spirits. Well, they've succumbed to the same stagnation that everything else has. It's like the dragon from Spirited Away, the spirit that becomes so polluted that he's unidentifiable. That's sort of the relation that I have. But, you know, rather than a cute kids movie and him just needing a bath, well, I say cute, it's Spirited Away can be kind of dark. You know, rather than a cute kids movie made by Hayao Miyazaki, we have Hidetaka Miyazaki's take on the same concept. Man, that song is actually getting kind of cool. Is the Illustrated Tree Spirit song kind of a banger? The Wormy Boys, the Would You Love Me If I Was a Worm Spirits? Oh boy, you just got a death root, huh? Neat. I actually did see the death root thingy. This is an important one. Yeah. Fair to say that's the entire story, especially since the whole like Radigan thing happened way later. Like things were occurring before that, like the entire War of the Giants and such, and like Godfrey's whole story and the Goldmine Queen story. Like there's a lot more to it than that. But anyway, be careful of misinformation. Trust, you know, like come to your own conclusions when it comes to lore. Thank you for learning this lesson with me and getting a nice reminder. And now let's not try it. We're getting into like new stuff now, so I'm gonna stop being derailed by dingus behavior. Spirited Away was good. Spirited Away is phenomenal. Like amazing. That one scene where she's moving through the flowers to get to her parents. Oh my god, dude, like that was all hand painted. It's amazing. So it's interesting because I'm not sure if they're stuck over there by choice, but they don't seem to be able to traverse this, potentially because of the golem who's here. Oh, Howl's Moving Castle is great. My favorite's My Neighbor Totoro and Kiki's Delivery. Is it Kiki's Delivery? I'm gaslighting myself. What's the name of the movie? I love Kiki's. I just call it Kiki's. You know what? Okay, I'm not sure. Okay. Listen, this is a little bit of trailer, big braining, potentially galaxy braining, but it could also be dingus braining, so please like... It is service! Okay, I couldn't remember if it was Kiki's Delivery Service. I gaslighted myself. Anyway, thank you. In the trailer for the DLC, there's this figure who has a A helmet, and he's the one who's holding like a giant jar. That helmet looked kind of similar to this helmet, the one that this golem had. Maybe they all have the same helmet. It's hard to see their heads. I tend to just see their ankles. I wonder if the people who made the golems and the people who made the living jars are the same, because are the living jars living because of the jar part or because of the parts that are put within them? But what makes them live? If you can put corpses within a living jar and they come to life, that suggests the living jar is the part that brings them to life. I'm not certain. I'm not willing to jump too far because I'm not the best at identifying helmet shape, but that helmet shape looked pretty interesting of that one figure, the one who people are casually calling Havel, because he's wearing really heavy stuff. Nausicaa Valley of the Wind is a weird one. It's okay. I haven't seen that one yet. I think it's based on the book, right? Bridge is the Eye of the Fell God. That's on the Fire Giants. Hang on, let's see. Does it have the... to be honest, it's a bad habit, but I don't want to get shot by the golem, so I just sprint across this place. Also, yeah, these pillars... Is Nausicaa the one that's inspired by the Ursula K. Le Guin novel? Bluetooth mode. Oh, interesting. Dorn? Thank you. 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 10. This is a weird bridge. Like, this is such a weird bridge. Let's take a look at it at the bottom. Very swirly though, really cool. Definitely, I would definitely conclude this is the eye of the one-eyed god. Huh? Looks kind of crossy, doesn't it? Not quite, but. It really doesn't look like much of a bridge. Like, definitely, it's probably decayed over time, but I really wonder what this would look like. This is weird. Cool. Montage of looking at weird arrangements of circles in FromSoft games. Yeah, I don't have all the architecture information, but it's neat. Seen that symbol before? The cross one? Can't place it. More like a wall? The thing is, it's very narrow if it's a wall. It's just like a little bit of addition onto the edge of a cliff. I don't know what the purpose of this would be. Tales from Earthsea. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, thank you. I couldn't remember. I thought it was Tales of Earthsea, Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind. I think I just got confused. I combined the two. I haven't seen either anyway. Fleur de Lis? I think it looks a little bit more like a certain Christian denomination's cross. I can't remember what denomination. Maybe like a Celtic cross? I remember the Celtic cross being very pretty, and I was like, oh, that's pretty. It's not even called a Celtic cross. Sorry, I don't remember what it's called. I don't remember. There's a cross on the stone inside. Ah, that might be it. I think that's what you're thinking of. Archery insignia? I'm trying to think if there's any troll. You know what? Let's grab this bonfire, and then we'll go teleport to EG's body and take a look, because we can see that one pretty close. Call it a Celtic cross? Okay, I just don't remember what it's actually called. No, because like I remember when I was a kid, I looked at different crosses because, you know, raised, you know, Catholic or whatever, and I was like, ooh, this one's pretty. My family's like, no, that's not ours. I'm like, but it's pretty or something. I don't remember. I didn't know the rules. Did I just kick it? a depiction of the... Where is this bonfire? I'm having like a moment. Oh, it's up here. Bricks on it for a more level surface? That's what I get for reading chat in the middle of this. Erosion is geography that suggests it was much bigger in the past. Yeah, honestly, I think that the shattering affected the way the place looks too. Like, it probably got like shifted all over the place for sure. Anyway, sorry, natural rock formation. They put brick on it. It could be something like that. Hi, Millicent. Whoops.
To think we'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly... No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again. In battle. Should you have the need.
We summoned her for the Godskin Apostle fight.
I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree. Indeed, I believe that is where Melania will be found. The Halig tree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands.
Ur tree sealed incantation implement. Let's take a look. I'll have to do a comparison. I just wanted to grab this bonfire. That's not where the seals are. Where? Do I not have it? Oh, dang it. Where do you get it?
I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort
Where is it?
Was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree.
Voice actress is outstanding. Actually, every single voice actress in this entire, or voice actor in this, in pretty much FromSoft is amazing. They not only is their writing really good and their characters very memorable, in every single game, but the voice acting is always 10 out of 10. They do a great job, and they often hire like unknowns. Like they it's hard to find their other work. I love it. It's really great. Volcano Manor near the Omen Killer in town. Huh. Really? Okay, well let's go grab that. I must not have been so thorough in the Volcano Manor. But first we're gonna go take a look at EG and try to get a look at what's in his chest. Oh, but I should get the Erdtree seal first so we can compare. Often also one-time actors? Yeah, like they truly hire the best person rather than just like Chris Pratt to play every role, you know what I'm saying? Yup. Yup. That is very reminiscent. See, you show me that, I would think Cross, dog. Wouldn't you? Is he okay? Yeah, he's fine. Don't worry so much about it. I don't think it's... like, it's definitely Cross-like. Naturally swag fashion souls? I mean, this isn't the Fire Monk garb, though. This is the Duelist garb because we're cool. He eepy? This is just how you sleep when you have a cat to, like, you know, make sure they're comfy. Eepy. I saw this meme that was like a picture of a cat on it, and then it was like wake up, and then arrow eepy, and then arrow wake up eepy, and I was like, oh shit, that's me. Alright, Volcano Manor near the Omen Killer. I know where that is. Voice session of Legacy of Kain games? No, I don't know what that is. Big fan DS1 pretty much got himself into DS2. I don't know who that is either. Me when I forget sunscreen. Oh, I want to show this. This one does this probably to show it off. But yeah, this one will just kind of do that. He's just chilling. He'll do it again and again, hopefully. Show me. Become long boy. Show me. Whoops. The great epee from this game was just a giant arrow pointing to a sleeping kitten. I haven't seen that one. Show me the snaky boy. Become snake. There you go. Look at him. He's peeking. Look, what is he looking for? Oh my god, they're so cute. This one I think is like programmed to do that. Just so you can always get a peek at the long boys and girls. And their heads are so big for their bodies. Like, they're supposed to be a little goofy and cute for sure. Yeah, can I get the raft snakes, please? Okay, we have to talk to a couple people in the Volcano Manor too, but I'm gonna try to find this item. Thank you for the raft snakes, thank you. That's how I feel. Yo, what if Mesmer's like a horrible war criminal? I don't like him anymore. Well, I don't have a problem with war criminals in this game as long as they're cute. Oh, I was locked onto that random dingus. Sleeping over here. Go away. Oh my god. Oh boy. Yeah, what if Mesmer bows before fights, dude? I'll be screwed. Really interesting, the use of poison here. I really think that this place, like... There's more to this place than we know for sure. The use of poison, though, it's so interesting, because even if this is Glowmite Queen City, we don't really have much knowledge of that. Oh yeah, yeah, that's Crossy, all right. What if Mesmer says DS2 sucks? It's okay, I can fix him. I actually didn't realize there was something so important in here. A formless sacred seal decorated with an Erd tree crest, once the focus of religion in the lands between. Even though the Elden Ring is shattered and the Erd tree is dulled from its former radiance, earnest faith continues to hold the answers. Then here, the tree is removed from the iconography for the Golden Order. But that's a red flag? Listen, I like my boys, like I like my... Hang on. There's a good joke brewing. I like them hot and imaginary, okay? It's the best type of boy. And girl, for that matter. I can't really think of a good joke to do with that. Like, what do I like that's imaginary? I don't know. Hey, what's up? I forgot to open this door, by the way, so... Ow, ow, oh boy. Mesmer thinks pizza is overrated. I don't really like pizza. Like, I like pizza, but I'm realizing that I don't, like... there's better foods. I'd rather just have, like, pasta or something. Unless it's, like, proper, like, restaurant-style pizza or, like, homemade pizza, you know, and you, like, put your own toppings and such. So I'm pretty sure these ladies vanish because their bodies would be like too huge and they could like body block you and such. But it's pretty interesting that they vanish into nothing from a lore perspective. Sushi? I love sushi. Like, I like pizza. It's just, you know what? I ordered pizza the other day and I was like, it has been a long time since I've had some pizza. And I ordered it and I couldn't even finish it because I was just like, ugh. It was too greasy. Now, you might be like, well, Rob, it's because you ordered from like a greasy fast food pizza place. But I like that type of stuff. I don't know, maybe I'm built different now. Will we ever be able to trust Miyazaki again? What are you talking about? We already know the man, like, whispers sweet nothings into our ear and lies, and we love him. Like, that's his whole shtick, dude. It will take about 30 hours to beat Elden Ring. Can't enjoy anything anymore. Thing is, it's not even like I like Greece, but like it's just different forms of. Oh, the VA for Pates? Oh boy. Oh, I didn't realize that he was like a fan of Dark Souls. That's cool. Are you good down there? I think you went into reverse a little too hard. How's her pathing? Let's find out. Oh my god! Jesus, you're not invited to this party. I'm trying to play with the lady. Wow, it's good. She's good. She's smart. Look at her go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god. Whomst is doing that? I got eyelash. I got an eyelash. Oh shit! The eyelash! These things are so funny. I love Elden Ring. I love FromSoft games. They just do it better. I'm gonna die to bleed. Just watch. Just watch. Just watch. I told you! I was like, it's just one more hit. We can tank it. We can tank it. And we most certainly could not. Oh boy. Alright, I really didn't need to fight her. I was just trying to clear out that area. Wait, did I go up the stairs? What did I get? Oh shit. Hang on. I was talking about pizza too hard. What did I get in the room with the with the thing? Sorry, my brain's starting to fade. I'm somewhat eepy. You could call me eepy. How dare you? Lighting messes them up bad. Oh my god, they're like electronics. Huh? Crimson Battalion +1? Wait, for real? Yo! Powerful. Same lore? Mm-hmm. It's a flower, but bigger. Interesting iconography, comparatively. Hey, hopeful and romantic, how's it going? Man, they do be having a lot of blood here. Alright, so we want to talk to Raya. Because she will have... We gotta tell her about the secret path here. Bro, you are so not invited. Wait, what weapon do you use? Ah, it's a magma blade, but little. Or opposite, bigger. Being allergic to milk the same as lactose intolerance? No, they're different. I actually learned that. Primordial life energy resides inside Amber. Mm-hmm. Hi, I did some assassinations or whatever.
This heroic, it cannot
oh, right. I did Patch's questline as well. Hello.
Hello again. Welcome to Patch's Emporium.
Amber equals sap from the Earth Tree. Mm-hmm. Glintstone also works as sap from the stars, which is really intriguing. Or amber from the stars, which is additionally intriguing. So, there's also red glintstone, which is made of the blood of sacrifices, which we also have mentioned here. So it links it to the stars, arcane and space magic, glintstone, but also with an equivalent to amber. It's super cool. The request is done.
You hunted down Tragoth? Are you certain? No, it's quite all right. Fine work indeed.
He's surprised.
I'll give Tanith the news. Have some rest, by all means. Stingy little... Try to find it. Forgot something on your shopping list? No trouble to me. Try to find it.
Stop calling me stingy every time I say bye to you. Get better products. Blaming the customer. Oh my god, I just tried to rest at the table like it's the round table hold. I hate him. I love him so much. I genuinely love Patches so much. He's like amazing. This isn't his best appearance.
Hello again.
But I love him.
Welcome to Patch's Emporium. Sharper than you seem, aren't you? I was just holding on to it for you, you know. Here you go. The reward for hunting Tragoth. All yours.
It's Tragoth. I normally say Tragoth, but it's Tragoth. Tragoth. Whoops, sorry, it's not Bloodborne.
Stingy little beggar.
These Patches and DS3 are the best for me. I think DS1's my favorite. I don't really like DS3 Patches. That for me is the weakest Patches, personally. But then again, the whole lap thing adds some aspect of interest too. You're born with allergy, you learn intolerance. I think you can also be developing an allergy, can you not? Is there a difference? Because I could have sworn you can develop allergies, especially like I've heard people getting allergies from COVID or just in general. Demon Souls Patches is frightening. I like Demon Souls Patches, but I don't remember him as well. I like Bloodborne Patches as well. He's pretty cool. Patches saved Grey Rat in DS3. Yeah, I just find like his general quest line I didn't find as intriguing. And like I know that it was like, oh, he's actually got a noble heart and he'll help people if, you know, he feels he owes them, but I don't know. This just wasn't I think he's nicest in DS1 because he doesn't drop the mask as much. I love that. God, really, Nikolai? That's the worst. Patches jailed the idiot who killed our maiden in DS1. You know what? Now that you mention it, it's possible he did. It would be like him to trap somebody like that, but I don't know. I don't know if, I don't know. Thought you outwit an onion. I do really like when he lowers the bridge on you and you're just crossing it and then he's laughing at you. But I kind of hate it because it's annoying, but I also love it. What did I pick up here? What did I get? Mamma Whip Candlestick. Really cool item. Also a whip. I use this on one of my PvP builds. Very fun. This ritual implement is a 3-pronged candlestick with solid flames formed of the magma of Mount Gelmir. Holy fuck, how did I not think about this? 3-pronged candlestick linked with fire. And then we have the trident-like growths that impale the giants. The trident is not inherently linked to Moog. When wielded as a weapon, the flames become supple whips of lava. Sea of magma. Swing a molten whip overhead to temporarily cover the surrounding area in a sea of magma. Grandiola trident? No, that's a good point. Or Girandol, the Girandol. Yeah. That's also linked to the manor. I just didn't link it to the thingies on top. On the mountaintop of the giants. Giants on the map screen being impaled? I don't remember that. So this is a Staff of the Guilty. I actually didn't realize I had this. I forgot we picked it up. So a heretical staff fashioned from a smoldering, withered sapling that turns the blood of sacrifices pierced by it into glintstone similar to hex magic. So red glintstone. Because blood of sacrifices similar to hex magic. Oh, this is so mesmer. And it's flaming. Ooh, it's so cool. Sorceries are scaled with faith rather than intelligence when wielding the staff, which enhances thorn sorceries in particular. Ooh, that's intriguing. Because the cardinal sin is burning the Erd tree, and they literally hold withered burning saplings. Snakes apparently are the first betrayers. That's really neat.
Forgot something on your shopping list? No trouble.
I don't remember why I was talking to him. I did not mean to do that. I'm just instinctively talking to him because he's cute. Alright, let's use it because I might actually have the stats. I do! Neat. Just to show off what it does because it's a really cool animation actually. You can do it forever if you don't have the stats because it doesn't take stamina. So you just kind of dance with no flame. Love when the serpent people do it. They look so happy. They do. Alright, so Raya. That's how I dry my socks. That's how I dry my towel. I do shake it like that to like dry it off a little bit. Yeah, it's real. Oh, I remember the first time I found her like this. Oh my god. You know, it's a little interesting that she's got green eyes, doesn't she? Like, I mean, you know, she's a snake, but you know, still. Hello.
Brave Tarnished, what is your business here? I'm afraid this is not a guest room. What's that peculiar look upon your face? Goodness, am I still a serpent? Oh, how dreadful. How dreadful indeed. Oh, forgive my distress. I ought to be thanking you for treating me as usual, despite this appearance.
She's so cute.
Brave Tarnished, this is my true form. My real name is Zarias. Please forgive the deception. Do understand. This duplicity is my own doing. Lady Tanith speaks no falsehoods.
Well,
and the Volcano Manor is just
no, she actually
as
doesn't.
It seems. Lady Tanith is my mother. I am told I was born by the grace of a glorious king. That my mother cherishes this form I inhabit. I am proud of what I am, but people are cruel. If they saw my true form, they wouldn't speak to me. And so I assume a guise when seeking new recruits.
I don't know, I think some people would talk to you more.
My serpentine form and the name Zarias were secrets, known only to Lady Tanith and I. Now I share the secrets with you as well. Please keep them safe from anyone else.
She's so freaking cute. 2 quest parts later. Yeah, so she no longer is proud of what she is when she finds out, but she was basically told a like a story, you know? They were told, hey, you know, okay, listen, it's sort of like mommy and daddy loved you. Meanwhile, she was abandoned. Not literally, but like as a concept. It's sort of like a comforting lie to make her feel better, right? She was not born by the grace of a king. She was a part of a hideous ritual, but that doesn't mean that she isn't beloved. She's so cute. I love her. And yet the little cape, like her dress becomes the cape. Hang on, did it keep the pattern? I think it does. Isn't that the pattern she has on her dress? So she says her serpent form, and it implies that it's a different form of hers, but like she doesn't say true form or anything, but this is clearly her true form, yeah. Well, wait, doesn't she say true form? I already forgot. I was so entranced by her cuteness. Look at her hippie little mouth. God, I love her. She's so cute. Real childhood naivete despite being a scout for murderers. Yeah, and she knows exactly what's going on here, but she was raised by it, right? Also, I'm pretty sure Rykard is indeed her father, but the mother is a little bit more questionable. She's missing a toe. You just want me to look at her feet, but we are going to do that, so, you know, joke's on you. Nope, same amount of feet. Toes. God, her feet are so little, though. Like, genuinely. I think her hands are bigger than her feet. No, they're about the same. Oh my god, she's so cute. Love the serpent eye. Actually, I think I finally found it. Look at that eye. Internalize it into your face. Also, does she follow you? I mean, she does, but like the eyeball doesn't. It's just kind of chilling. The Rift Shield. Small metal round shield depicting a sinister rift. An antiquated charm that glares back at an enemy, and then look at her eye. I haven't seen, like, I looked at dragon eyes. To be fair, it could be like dragon eyes that I can't see because the dragons are so freaking tall, but that is the same eye. Would that make her a skink? Who are you calling a skink, huh? No, I'm kidding. I know it's a lizard thing. She's a snake, okay? She says she's a snake. She's a snake.
My serpentine form and the name Zarias were secrets known only to Lady Tanith and I. Now I share the secrets with you as well. Please keep them safe from anyone else.
Cat's eyes? Sure do. Yeah. Oh, what if Mesmer is her father? Is possible. It's possible. We really don't know. It's just... She seems to be younger and linked to Rykard. Now, I don't think everything in the Volcano Manor is linked to Rykard. But I think the man serpents are, personally. So, you know, I guess it just depends on your own personal interpretation. Hi, Marlo. Welcome back. Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie. Hi, kitty. Am I streaming too long? Hmm? You want some playtime and attention? I'm sorry, buddy. Devoured a demigod and the birth of the man serpents followed. So... yeah, that's the thing. This sort of suggests to me that the devouring of a demigod created the birth, and they're considered deformed, right? Now, this... I mean, it's called the god-devouring serpent, so it doesn't mean that Rykard was the first person that it ate, the first god. But it's just the same that Godwyn is the first of the demigods to die, right? Like, other figures that died. The Godskins existed before this, so clearly people died. Godlike figures died. But this would have been in the previous age, which there isn't much information about, and it's generally shrouded in mystery. This sounds to me like it's probably Rykard. But she could also be related to Mesmer. I really think that the thing about the Karian children, except for maybe Ronnie, because she takes a completely different path, but the other Karian children were inspired by something. As of now, we're not sure what Rykard was inspired by. I personally... Hey. I personally think it was Mesmer, because how else would he get the idea of getting eaten by a snake, right? But there's also... yeah, Devin, I'm with you. 100%. 100%. Yeah, agreed. But no, the... Radon is the other figure. He was inspired by Godfrey. But the thing about both of them is, as mighty as they are in their ways, they aren't fully able to replicate their idols. Radon tries to be like Godfrey, but he's not quite the same. I really wonder what Godfrey would think about Radon. I honestly, like, what is it? Crown befits strength or whatever he says, something along those lines. There's something like that with him. He uses gravity sorcery. He's very mighty beyond it, but his main thing is the gravity sorcery. I wonder how Godfrey would feel about that. A man who uses no weapons but his bare hands. Is Marika god? She's called the goddess, so I think so. But the only god that we kill is the Elden Beast. But yeah, Rykard, similarly, he wanted to be a blasphemer and linked himself with serpents, but what he created was these deformed beings. Also, we haven't fought Rykard yet because I want to hunt Juno down first. But these hands, we see them all over, reaching upward. They're all over his sword. It's called the Blasphemy Blade. It's covered in little fleshy hands, and Rykard's own body, the body of the serpent, has these tendrils coming out of it with sort of 3 fingers. And it makes him look like a red centipede. Centipedes are signs of filth, some of the most evil animals and creatures in Eastern tradition generally. Centipedes are a bad thing, and Rykard literally looks like one. So he is evoking the image of something quite filthy and tainted and awful, while also being a lord. So, I don't know, I'm not saying that Mesmer did it any better. He himself looks a little, you know, stretched out and warped and dark, right? But generally, if he is inspired by Mesmer, which I think there's evidence for, I don't think he quite reached the same heights. Godric, also inspired by Godfrey, and he starts grafting people onto him. Godfrey would not have liked that. Hair or little snakes? I don't think it's little snakes. You mean his actual hair? Okay, that's done with that. So we're in the ancient Snow Valley ruins. I definitely think, like, I can definitely vibe with the interpretation that Rykard felt inferior to his siblings. I'm not certain, because he tends to have his own pride. Really, like, I don't really get the vibe of bitterness out of him ever. Except for maybe the fact that the demigods and the Tarnished also were forced to squabble for scraps. That I can totally comprehend.
Centipedes cause immortality. Immortality is one letter more than immorality. Coincidence?
I mean, you know what? It's true, it's true. Thanks for the bits, Pie. That's real. Fine, I'll take my snakes and go home vibe. He reminds me of Bernal, actually. He glimpsed something. He encountered the truth and got so angry that he recused himself. I really think that Bernal is quite an honorable knight. He's not like a little dingus demon like Patches, right? Faith related to the Karian siblings? I really think he and Radon were both similar levels because they both like idolized the red hair and used it to represent their pedigree. But no, absolutely. Shack of the Lofty. And then we get the traveling maiden garb. Probably Juno's maiden. Interestingly enough, she's burnt. I totally passed it. Hood worn by traveling maidens. Maidens traverse the lands between for different reasons. Some to seek audience with the fingers, others to find the Tarnished who they were destined to guide. It's not necessarily like his, it's just they are really close proximity to one another, so. It's bloody. That's Hyeda's garb. This looks pretty fun. I would say that it is, yeah. Oh, Preceptor's gloves. Black and perfectly discreet. Interesting. I don't think I've read that this playthrough. I can't find the gloves. It's fine. Let's go do a murder. Could Tanith be Datakar? I've been wondering. Tanith has a face that we know. Datakar... So, I feel like Datakar is likely to be Raya's mother. It's not for sure, but it's definitely implied. Where's Juno's sign? I must have passed it without seeing. And Tanith is Raya's stepmother. She calls her mother, but that's just representative of their bond. She's a stepmother. I actually really appreciate that, by the way. Side note. Like, a positive depiction of a stepmother is so rare and nice. But Tanith is really great. Rykard was charmed by the serpent. The animal magnetism. I don't remember which one that is, though. Hello, Juno. Yep, there you go. Hoslow's Oath. Wow, see? Dishonorable Bloodhound step user. Yeah, we've seen Tanith's face. So, I have kind of a bad matchup for Juno, but it's okay. Oh, I forgot that last hit's a little farther. Hey, Ibarb. Datakar's... I don't know if Datakar's head is supposed to be her head. That's a good point. What a troll. Come on, baby. Yep, Bloodhound, step away and drink your juice, as expected. Oh, shit. Yeah, curved swords plus curved greatsword, not the best for dealing with Juno. Specifically the Bloodhound step and the whips. in the bleed. Ow! Oh my god, all the freaking rocks. Whoa! Data car originally male in the 1.0 version? Yup, sure was. Wasn't it a different name? You're out of juice. Hi, Asai, welcome in as well. Thank you. All right. Hazo's Pedal Whip, a second one. We can, well, we get one. You can get two in one playthrough. Of course, you can get one from Juno and you can get one from Dialos. And then the full Hazo set. So, based on Dialos' dialogue, even his brother thought he was a fool. A twin-tailed silver helm decorated with flowery adornments, symbol of the head of the revered House of Hoslo. Juno Hoslo had a younger brother who was all talk and no trousers. His inability to commit to action was such that Juno inherited the Hoslo legacy without resistance, granting him the freedom to shower his little brother with adoration. It's interesting, because, like, adoration, like, he cared about him, but the thing that we hear from Dialos is, like, you know, maybe my brother's right and I am a fool. Jar Village, yep, that's going to be next on our journey at some point. Where is Juno's garb? There it is. The Hoslo's armor. Garish silver armor decorated with red embellishments, passed down through the Hoslo family. When Juno Hoslo received an invitation to the Volcano Manor, he discreetly refused. I have already walked many a road drenched in blood, yet never would I consider myself a champion. Honestly, it's kind of like sort of a polite no, but he still had to die for it. It's one of those offers you can't refuse. One of the most gorgeous sets in the game, too. Also, really interestingly, it's got a skirt that you don't see. Let me rock this for a bit. I kind of like this fit. Let's go. So that's actually the Volcano Manor questline. We can fight Riker now, and I'd like to because I really want to use the Blasphemous Blade. It's just I had to wait until this time because I wanted to do the full quest. Helm would be so awkward. Yeah, the helm is also literally like crying blood. It's very emo.
I see that you've stayed the path of champions. This is your usual reward. Please, take it.
Chewy, thanks for the follow. Juno 2 whips and Bloodhound step. Yeah, he's no joke.
Perhaps you are ready. Might you see our Lord? Our Lord will no doubt welcome you. Another kindred spirit, treading the path of champions. I see. Well, I cannot make you take the leap, but do know this. To follow the path of valor, an audience with our Lord is essential in order to defy this debasement and rise up against the Erd Tree like a true recusant of the Volcano Manor. Won't you consider how our Lord...
Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. Do you know also a Tarnished? Likely, considering his sibling is. And almost everyone that we encounter who is from somewhere else was a Tarnished who became banished upon awakening to their Tarnishedness. Also, Dialos and Juno appear to be of the House of Hoslo with their fancy inherited armor. Sort of like Roderica is implied to be a noble child, so... Basically, there's people from all different walks of life who become Tarnished. It's a lot like the undead from Dark Souls. Alright, so we got the Taker's cameo, which is super neat. And I really am glad because I wanted to show it off. A talisman engraved with a stern likeness of Praetor Rykard, master of Volcano Manor. Restores HP upon defeating enemies. When Rykard turned to heresy, taking by force became the rule. The gods themselves were no different after all. So it's a cameo. But on the right, we see a really interesting depiction. The left looks like a corpse. But also, the right looks like the Erd tree. Not quite. It's really small, so it's hard to fully see. But two serpents are chomping at it, trying to consume it. It's pretty interesting that it's two serpents. Like, it could just be for symmetry, because this is his symbol, but, you know. Mesmer do be having two serpents that we see, that's for sure. On the other side are the weird, creepy, clutching hands that we see. Roderica didn't travel by choice. That's for sure. She was forced out.
Hello again. Welcome.
Nothing from you. I want to see if they have any dialogue for me being able to see the Lord, but I don't remember. I don't think they do. Hi, Raya.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me. My mind never ceases to churn of late.
Oh, I forgot to get the dialogue for
Well,
Tanith before I progressed her. Ah, it was a big fuck up. Sorry, I forgot.
Slithering in the pitch.
Because now she's just gonna let us see the Lord. She's not gonna have any dialogue about Raya.
Next to this one, and never came out. If I'm not mistaken, it took the form of a serpent, just like me. Does the Volcano Manor hide some secret that Lady Tanith has kept from me?
Yeah.
I realize that I shouldn't impose, but if you discover anything, would you please share?
Oh, I really am bummed though, because it's some really interesting dialogue, and we get some really touching description of how Tanith feels about Raya. Like, they have a true bond, they love each other. Ah, man, I totally goofed up. I was just so excited to get the assassination done, because I want to fight Rykard so bad. Ah, it's a lot of lost dialogue. Well, we'll just have to do it in a follow-up run. We're gonna play it again. We're gonna do this again. We can honestly speedrun this quest line. I think. I don't see why not.
Really? Oh,
so we're gonna tell her about the dark side.
After all. Oh my. Lady Tanith, my own mother, has deceived me. Was I not born by the grace of a king?
It's like, I'm a scout. I give people, you know, the ability to assassinate others, and I try to guide them on the path of blasphemy. Are you telling me that we do bad things here? I'm not gonna give her the Amnion yet. Alright, we do have to give her the Amnion. But let's see if, Tanith has anything to say. I think she's locked, though. And the problem is, well, actually, hang on.
Won't you consider our Lord? Yes. As it should be. Now, close your eyes for a moment. I will transport you to the Lord's chamber.
No peeking.
Farewell, then.
Ooh, the ringing.
May
That's
your
cool.
visit be fruitful.
Ooh. Echoey. I don't think I've ever given Raya the potion. It's something I'd like to try. There's a potion. I really care about the potion. I care about the dialogue. So this has a unique animation. If you're crouching, you can't pick it up. Just side note. Anyway, bye. Does she intend you to defeat Rykard? Oh no. But if you do, there's still a solution. You just... She can just eat Rykard and it should be fine. According to her.
Won't you consider our
okay, I guess I need to. I want to see, because I think she says something about, like, the audience. I don't recall. Leader is proven to be weaker, then so be it. Yeah, but she genuinely has, attachment to him because she still wants to give him a shot and says, oh, my lord will take purchase within me if I manage to consume his carcass. So kind of like if she consumes Rykard, then Rykard will probably kind of appear and out of her body sticking out. Or maybe he'll just take on the same form again. Because he got eaten by the serpent, but when you defeat the serpent, he comes back, right? He's like, oh, hello, what is it, you know? Hey, what's up? I'm taking it out here on purpose. I'm not even gonna attempt right now. It's genuinely such a cute snake, too. I love its little mouth. Chibi with Patches happily? She does not give a shit about Patches. It's a one-way affection. Man, that was some audience. Oh, I see. Okay, well, that's too bad. Oh well.
Lady Tanith, was I not born by... What is this? I remember this sense distinctly. Funny, isn't it? I am certain of it. I was born inside this.
Were they all born inside
it's
it, though?
It's a part of my birth, Mother. You have my gratitude. Thanks to you, I am no longer afraid. I want to know how I was born and met Lady Tanith. One day, I hope to call her mother once again. This time from the bottom of my heart.
I kind of wonder if this is part of Mikla's journey. Like, not literally Raya, but it is interesting. There's a lot of concepts of motherhood. Bach wants his mother. Melina seeks her mother. Raya wants to understand her birth so that she could... she wants to know the whole truth so that she can call Tanith mother again, because she feels like she's been lied to, which she has been. She's been deceived. Information has been omitted from her, and also straight up lied. She's been lied to. But she still loves Tanith. She just wants to know everything. And then we have Mikola. His whole journey is to follow in the footsteps of Marika. And I wonder if part of it is him trying to understand his mother and know the whole truth and the nature of his birth, because that would have been kept from him by Ratigan. Almost certainly. Ratigan was... He was a truth seeker, but he was also very interested in keeping the truth from others, because it was only allowed to go to the chosen few, so to speak, right? He knew everything, presumably, and had a lot of knowledge, but he didn't want it shared, which is why, you know, information about the Crucible, those who live in death were despised under the Golden Order fundamentalists. Things that didn't belong were considered aberrations and wrong, even if they were natural and naturally occurring.
I want to know how one day...
In other words, as intelligent as Mikola is, he knew he wasn't going to get the right answers, so he took quite an extreme route to go to the Land of Shadow, it looks like. One thing I will say, I actually don't know about this. Chat, is it... Oh, of course it is. It's possible to kill Raya. It is, because she asked you to kill her. I don't think I've done that route, but it is possible to kill her. But like Roderica, she's a character who, if you try to attack her in the open world, you cannot. She has a shield. You cannot hurt her. And here, there's Serenity. You cannot attack her. But at the end, she asks you to kill her, and presumably you can. I actually haven't done that. That is one thing I'd like to do at some point. Not like to do, but I think I need to do. But her questline, in fact, I don't think I mentioned this, but during the first playthrough, there's a couple sections near the end where I went to go look for Raya. And yeah, her questline's done. I just didn't realize I'd finished it because it seemed so odd. If there's a questline that continues in DLC, which I don't know. I really don't know. There's a chance. Tanith loves Rykard and she loves Raya. I think she loves Raya so much because she's a part of Rykard. Yeah, that's why I personally think that Rykard is her parent. for sure. Man, it's getting real freaking framey today, huh? It keeps like freezing and such. Yeah, I definitely think that the man serpents are like more modern generation. So like Rykard and such, but we don't know. Can have a not completely unhappy ending? Yeah, I think she has a rather ambiguous ending. Cause like it starts from her just being like, kill me. And then you're like, no. Man, it's actually getting so framey. Oh my god. Wait, this is the wrong way. Sorry. Apologies. Apologies. This way.
Oh. It's you.
She probably followed the scent. Maybe? I don't know.
There is something I must tell you.
Because the Amnion was there for a long
I was
time.
an unwanted child. Born not of grace, but of a hideous ritual. Something that can never be accepted. Not by men, nor serpents. Even Lady Tanith shouldn't accept me. I know that you have done so much for me, but I wish to ask one last kindness.
Oh, I'm with you there, Dr. Professor.
Please. I thought that I feared nothing. But this... Free me from this accursed frame.
But she considers this her cheating on Patches? Bro, like, for real though? Patches is obsessed with Tanith. Tanith doesn't give a shit about Patches. She's not cheating on him. Also, Patches' interest in Tanith is not so simple as to be like, she pretty, I likey. Like, Patches is actually a lot more interesting of a character as well. He likes her because despite being a blasphemous figure, she holds her head up high and is proud, unlike what he often in most of the games perceives as hypocritical clerics who go, oh, the Erd Tree, it's so much better than everything, you should follow the two fingers and blah blah. He sees her as telling the truth, and she does. Other than to Raya, she does lie to Raya, but everything else that she tells us is true. It's definitely biased from her perspective, but she doesn't lie. And I think that's what Patches is so intrigued by. He's sad because, you know, Tanith doesn't want to return to who she was, the proud. And also, Patches seems to have some knowledge of who Tanith was. Maybe it's by her garb, the consort robe. I don't know. But yeah, no, it's not as simple as like Patches is jealous. You know, he's not that type of character. He's a lot more interesting than that. That'd be boring.
I know that you have done, but I wish to kill me. I thought that free me from...
No.
I know that, but I wish to kill me.
Bye. Yeah, he's never been fascinated with somebody the way that he has with Tanith and any of the other games. He did rescue Greyrat in Dark Souls 3, but he says that Greyrat helped him, so he's like repaying him. It's a little different, right? Basically, if he feels like he owes somebody, he'll go out of his way for them. But Tanith, it seems to be kind of different. It's pretty interesting. There's also the Bloodborne version, which is a bit different also, but still, there's a lot going on. Suffer Forever Wowie. She's literally... Okay. It was a little bit of an unnatural ritual. She's not exactly an omen. But if an omen can learn to accept itself, even though everyone else says you're cursed... You can too, Raya. Feels incomplete, man? Yeah, a lot of the quests do have that kind of ambiguity going to it. It's just... Honestly, this quest feels in some ways like Dark Souls 1's quest sometimes. Genuinely. Like Solaire. Where does he appear next, chat? He doesn't. He's done. You finish his quest line. Congratulations. He's depressed and sad and heartbroken, but that's it. That's it. Bye. Technically, you can summon him for something. But, you know, there's still that thread of, like, this feels unfinished. But it's... Not all stories have an ending.
I know that you have done so, but I wish kill me. I thought that free me.
Okay, I wasn't sure exactly what the trigger is. We'll just leave her alone for a bit. So unfortunately, I really did miss out on some Patches, or not Patches, Tanith's dialogue. Oof, but that's okay. Level up the weapon before killing Rykard? Yeah, I don't think I need to level up the weapon, but it's good. Yeah, it becomes the sandworm, it's true.
I see, but do know.
Did I talk to Bernal? Bernal might have something to say about this. Man, Volcano Manor is getting framey today. Wasn't like this before. Performance is weird.
Well,
I want to learn all these battle arts.
you still... Well...
Okay, bye. Alright, gamers. I'm gonna call it here for tonight. I'm just feeling really tired today, and I don't want to get into any of the areas because they start getting real dense. We have the Mountaintop of the Giants, which obviously is a lot to talk about. We'll finally be able to fight Rykard next time, get the Blasphemous Blade, which I would like to use as my weapon. Because it's neat. Although, Fire Giant is going to be an adventure, so we'll probably keep our Bloodhound Fang around for that. Either way, I'll be back on Tuesday. Either continuing this or playing more DD2. I would like to get back to DD2, Dragon's Dogma 2, but I just don't know when. I really want to get more of the LOREATHON done. Like, I'm loving this. So I'm going to try to balance both, though. Maybe even like one day a week we'll do DD2 or something. I don't know. The Great Epee? What's up with the Epee? Oh, let's raid Maynard. Haven't raided him in a while. Playing some Liza P, it looks like. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed the lore hunting for today. Definitely got some fun stuff going on. I really love looking at the Volcano Manor with fresh eyes. It's a particularly interesting and beautiful area. And of course the Forbidden Lands. Everything to do with it. This game has so much density. I will say that the Mountaintop of the Giants, while it still has some cool stuff, there's the leader game areas, while still having a lot, will start having less as we start to finish quest lines and stuff. So, oh, new glasses? No.
Denise likes patches.
Wow, she does not like that name, huh? Thanks for the 100 bits, free. All right. Any percent glitchless speedrun is what Maynard is looking at for Liza P. So that's pretty intriguing. But say hello. He's really chill. Really great guy. Very great creator. Fun streamer. So we'll see you next time. And YouTube, take it easy. Have a good night. Like I said, back on Tuesday. Bye, everybody. See you next time, okay?